Okay. First things first, today's session will be recorded, so please mute yourself in the Zoom room. And then for questions, please use the raise hand feature and enter it in the chat box or unmute yourself. And then we can call on you and read your question from the chat. In the meantime, please enjoy our presentation today. And I believe I want to make sure, is this the right time now, Victor, to hit the record button, or have you been recording this whole time?
We're good to go.
Uh-oh, I don't see anything on the screen. Oh, there we go. We're back. Woo. What's going on? Okay, can you see the screen again? Okay, awesome. Okay, here we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenny Justiniano with King County International Airport and your 2025 Washington State Chapter President. Thank you for joining us today. It's good to see everyone in the room, all the smiling faces over here. Can we hear you? Woo! Yeah. All right, virtual space. Can you all unmute and say hi to us? Because there's a lot of you.
Hello.
Woo! All right.
Good morning.
Come on camera.
Hello.
We'll give you
Hello,
some moments.
hello.
Yes, I see Linda. Great. Victor. Anybody else? I'm going to scroll. I just need 3 more screens so I can see everybody. But here we are. Welcome to those again, like joining us virtually. Big thanks to the Port of Everett for hosting us and working with us to offer you a hybrid option. It's always a challenge, isn't it? But hey, we're always up for it and we make it happen. So huge thanks to Sam Miller, to Jen Lyman, Victor Lemer, and Connie Wall for volunteering to just jump in the virtual space. And then Miranda over in the side over here, also doing that in person, but she's part of that. And we got Vivian, everybody's going on here. So for those who are here in person, I'm sure you stopped by the front desk here to register and sign yourself, so make sure you get credit for coming today. And then also a copy of the agenda if you, and yes, you're welcome for having the virtual option. Thanks to Port of Everett because they're able to do that with technology. So we know it takes a whole team, actually statewide, to bring this type of event. And I would like to recognize the Honors and Awards Committee, along with the Nomination and Elections and Events Committee for assisting me to make this event possible. So when I call your name, please stand and remain standing so we can recognize you. If you're virtually attending, please turn on your cameras and give us a wave. So let me start with Miranda Larada, Whatcom Transportation. She's our Vice President and the Chair. Erin Book, who is not here, she's at Sound Transit. She is our Pro D chair. She had a conflict for today, unfortunately, but she's always in the background and making sure things are happening. We've got Vivian, let's remain standing. Sam Miller, Kristen Brewington, Maya Lampinen, Connie Wall. All right. As you can see, we have a jam-packed agenda today, so feel free to take your bio break whenever you need to, or stretch against the walls for folks with back issues or whatever issues you're having. We want you to be comfortable today. Fortunately for the folks in the home, they can do whatever they want and we won't even know what's happening. But for those folks who are in the room, the bathrooms are, if you go out these double doors, turn left, kind of go around the corner by the elevator, few steps to your left are the restrooms. Exit signs, just look for those green signs that says exit. That's your exit right there. Hopefully we don't need that today. Thank you, Miranda, for getting our donuts today. Lots of it and a lot of coffee. Thank you, Kristen, for getting that for us. And then for lunch, we're going to have Chipotle buffet, and Vivian assisted with all of that. So with that said, before I keep going, Jen or anybody, any questions in the chat or comments?
No questions.
Okay, none so far.
Hey, Jenny.
Yes.
Can we just remind everyone that if you're going to talk, you'll need to use the mic here. We'll run it to you just so that everyone on Zoom can actually hear what you're saying. So
Perfect. And the same goes. You can raise your hand here too, because I can see you. Just Might have to grab me a second. All right. So I would like all first timers to please stand up and be recognized. This is like your first WANIGP event ever. Hey, we got one in the room. Woo woo. And what is your name? Let's give him the microphone. Yep.
My name's Taran Hayes. I'm an assistant parts manager at Community Transit.
Awesome. Welcome, Community Transit.
My name's Shannon. I'm at WTA and I'm assisting procurement.
Awesome. Good job. Thank you, Shannon. All right. Any first timers in the virtual space who's brave enough to admit that this is their first time? Yeah, no, I don't think so.
This is
I know all those
Camber
names.
Schlag, and
Oh.
this is my first time.
Who is it?
Camber Schlag.
Oh, Camber. Well, Camber, you're on my script too later. We'll introduce you. But
Oh,
yes,
great.
it's her first time and hopefully not her last. So we'll tell you about her. Okay, great. Thank you, Camber. I'm so glad you're here. And remind us, which state are you joining us from today?
I am from Tennessee.
That's where
Previously
the snow
Oregon.
is. I was going to say you have power?
I do have power. We're good. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Although a large amount of people are not, but yeah, we are okay.
You're fortunate. Yes.
Yes.
I was just watching Facebook this morning, and one of my old coworkers just moved to Tennessee, and she was saying out of power for 96 hours and counting. Cami, that was Kim, our old coworker. Okay. New members for 2025. Do you know when you joined us? If you do, please stand up again. Probably the same people who are first timers in 2025. Awesome. Great. Thank you. The virtual space, who joined us in 2025? You can use the raise hand feature or put it in the chat. Okay. All right. So for those members that currently hold their public procurement certifications, NIGP, CPP, CPPB, CPPO, or any other CPM, PM, anything with that, stand up and be recognized. I'm just raising my hand because I'm one. Yes. All right. See those folks? If you were thinking about this or you're contemplating that maybe this is something you want to pursue in 2026, look for those people because they can give you good nuggets on how to do this whole certification process and recertification, because once you certify, you want to keep it. So don't just like, I got it, and then that's it. No, it's continuing education. So awesome. You have a wealth of knowledge here in the room. So please take advantage of that today during our networking opportunities at lunchtime. Now I would like to also, oh, and here because I don't have a clicker, and I probably should because I was given one. I should have advanced. So this is the list of the agencies represented today from A to Z. Oh. Mhm. All right. Did I miss anybody on this list? If I did, that was Miranda. I'm not throwing her under the bus or anything. I just said if we miss somebody on the list, she's not even paying attention. At 6:20 a.m. today, that's the accurate count. I know, no pun intended. We do a lot at the airport. So now I have to switch back to buses, you know? All right, so I believe we're still at 22 total agencies. Okay. Ooh, yes, Centralia or something college. Gotcha. Whatever Miranda said, if you heard that. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if this is, oh. Help if I push the on button. All right, here we go. 2025, it's another fantastic year for a chapter. We earned the NIGP chapter performance platinum seal. It's the highest for a chapter. And we were recognized nationally at the annual NIGP forum in Denver, Colorado. NIGP has developed a standard in which chapters can strive to follow and advance the opportunities offered to their members. We received the score, which records our progress in achieving excellence and successfully met the standard. So a digital seal, as you can see here, was issued, which our chapter prominently display on our website and social media outlets. Speaking of forum, our chapter was one of the top registrants again by Washington State, by state, with 114 attendees. So that includes virtual and in person. So the forum last year was July, and it's going back in August this year. It was great to see folks, and we hope to see you in August in Columbus, Ohio. Very exciting venue. I can see the enthusiasm. All right, great. Okay. So for the first time in chapter's history, we submitted to qualify for the Outstanding Chapter Awards. We were so bold, we not just submitted one, but we submitted for two categories: Outstanding Membership Award and Advocacy and Outreach Award. We were finalists for both of those submissions. So congratulations, guys. As you can see all these lovely faces, because I take all the pictures, so in this one I'm not included. But everybody, most everybody here was there to celebrate with our chapter, so that was great. This is during the awards luncheon that they do at Forum, and that's where they recognize when they announce the official, who the winners are, okay? And then our chapter member, Cheryl Mankey, she's former president of WANIGP and my co-chair to the Emerging Professional, also won the 2025 Leadership Award in the national level. Cheryl is going to be joining us a little later today. She's in Arizona at the moment, but she will be doing the installation. So unless you're in the room, Cheryl, and I did not notice, please speak up because we are so proud of you. This is one I took a quick photo at her the minute that she got the award. And it was just a pleasure to be able to sit with her at that table. All right. So also at the forum, that's when there's a chapter's president's luncheon. If you become president, they invite you to a luncheon. If the president can't make it, the VP gets to go or whoever. But we have a representation at forum to be in the luncheon where they would do all the presentations and also let you know if we got an award. And this year, well, last year, we were presented a certificate of achievement for 35% increase of membership. And so I was up here with Katie and Zule at Forum to basically represent our chapter. And so that was a great moment for me in Denver as well. All right. We also participated second year in a row. Thank you to Vivian, our new events chair, who again organized the Food Lifeline Sort and Repack. And this year we packed some rice, 2,340 pounds of rice in 2 hours. So kudos to you guys. This was done on a Monday, but we will try to give you guys an early heads up next time, because I think maybe some of you would prefer a little later in the week. But by the time we reserve, somebody already snagged this lot. So the sooner we book our time, the better. But it's only 2 hours. It's easy. Just, dress casually. They do a little orientation on what to do, how to keep it clean and sterile in the area. You go in and then you're done and then you take a picture and here you go. There's the proof. This year again, for a second year in a row, after decades of not going to do a holiday event, we are restarting the tradition. And this year we did a white elephant gift exchange, and that was a lot of fun. I think everybody was really polite, but it was good because we got like spouses as well to also join. So that was a lot of fun. Well, 2026, here we are. Chapter Academy, we have a representation here. So Vivian, because we had to make sure we had to book this early on in 2025, we had to select a board member, and everybody was not able to, but Vivian raised her hand and said she could try to definitely get approved, and she did. So I'm grateful that she can join me in Tucson for Chapter Academy. Basically, when she goes there, she's going to get boot camp on like what to do in the board and how we run and just all kinds of things about learning how to be a leader. And Maya will be there representing us too at Chapter Academy. She'll also be attending, I will be attending with Bruce Merritt of the Auburn School District for the EDGE program. So EDGE program is something that we both earn a scholarship for from Sourcewell of NIGP and NIGP's offering. And so we're both going to be in Tucson. So for those who don't understand, when we hear Leadership Summit are three things: Chapter Academy, EDGE program for the new leaders, and then Impact for the more mature leaders. So all three folks, three different categories, all coming into one big conference. So it's like a mini forum, basically, and it's great. So for the EDGE one, Sourcewell really just stepped up to the plate and gave almost close to like 40 scholarships this year. And then the Impact one, that's just straight up an IGP. Obviously, if you register early, you'll get a discount for that. It's still not too late to sign up. Amanda Witt, you're in the room, right? You got a scholarship from WANIGP to attend the 2026 Impact. And so I'll see her there as well. I also found out two of my coworkers at King County will also be at the Impact. I did send an email to Jen Stephan this morning to go, am I missing anybody in the room? I don't know. If anybody is in the virtual space, anybody attending the Impact? If so, please put it in the chat because we want to make sure we get to say hi to you in Tucson, Arizona. So that's from February 18th through the 21st. Oh, yeah, I know. Sorry. I should have forwarded. Here we go. I already said my spiel. Yeah, multitask. There's me. There's Amanda. And last but not least, thank you guys. Give me the cue. All right. One of our biggest and exciting moments for our chapter is the appointment to Chapter Ambassador program with our very own Maya Lampinen. She'll be covering Area 8. I was able to get the map so you can see these are the 5 areas she will be serving, along with maybe Camber when she's not available. So Washington, we're right on top. Idaho, Oregon. Oregon has 2 chapters, and then Alaska, Hawaii is a virtual chapter, and then Alberta. And then we had one drop. So that's the full list right there, and I got that straight from the source. The hyperlink up there too, if you guys want to confirm that. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. All right. So, and Camber, since you said hi, please introduce yourself. Camber Schlag, she's a former OPPA board member. Camber, what are you hoping to accomplish in the 2026, well, starting in 2026 for the ambassador at large that you're excited about?
I am just excited about being associated with the West Coast, my old hometown, and just excited to be a part of the chapter and how can I help out and just be a resource for you and for other chapters as well.
Great, thank you. Now you can see what she looks like. She does exist. All right. All right. All right, so actually we now start the annual business meeting. That was just my year-end recap. I wanted you guys to kind of see what are you guys busy about, right? And you saw we were busy. I skipped a couple of things just for time. So for Kristen Brewington, if you're ready, just wanted to let you know this is your cue. I would like to start by I hereby call to order this first general membership meeting of the 2026 Washington State Chapter of NIGP at 9:21 a.m. And first order of business, I'd like to start by calling the Bylaw Review Committee. chairs to present us our revised bylaw and call for your vote. And they know who they are. So here they come.
Take this off so I don't rattle. Hold this for a second.
Apparently I get both mics.
All right, I think I know almost everybody in the room. Stacy up. Do I have to be over here by camera? Thank you. I appreciate the assistance.
You can tell Kara is our producer for the Lunch and Learn.
Oh,
She's
she
like
is.
thinking already about where we need to be standing. I love it.
Am I adjusting? I'm too short? There's a lot of producers in the room. Stacy Hupp, one of the chairs of the bylaw committee. I have to tell you, this project was a heavy lift. I'm not sure I'd volunteer again. This was a big lift, and I know Maya presented at the last meeting about everything that we had to do to changes. This wasn't just editing. This was about pulling out anything that should be job description, pulling out procedures. You know, I mean, a lot of us are doing that even in our own procurement manuals and everything. Those should not be part of the bylaws. So we went through all of that, and boy, was I lucky to have Maya on the committee, because having a past president help you through all of this, they know the ins and outs. So she had a lot of great guidance. And then Cherie joined us, which was a fabulous add. Because she's great at questioning things. And do we really need that? And you guys know that because she's got 3 employees in the room here. Unfortunately, Rhonda and Kathleen aren't here today, nor are they on the meeting, but they were a big part of this too. So thanks to the whole committee. It's recording, so you guys can look at this yourself later. I don't know, do we need to remind them of all the other things?
Do you want to hear about all the changes, or do you just want to vote?
Can we just vote?
Just vote? Okay. Well, you did all have a 30 days to review it and provide feedback, so. All right, so we would need a motion to adopt the 2026 bylaws. And we'll be having them vote online. And then we have some folks online that'll be counting those ballots and then getting those to Kristen. Per our bylaws, we actually have to note that it passed by 2/3 of the folks that are in attendance. So we need to actually count. And I believe we'll be doing a hand count in the room as well. So we will need a motion and someone to second that to adopt the 2026 bylaws.
Can you tell your name? Kristen Hester. Okay, so Allison Binge, motion. Okay, and then Cherie Estrada, I second the motion.
Yes.
Jenny's otherwise occupied, so I'll say, is there any discussion? Any discussion online? All right, all of those in the room. So I'll let Sam and Victor, I think, or who else? Connie? Oh, okay, in the room, all of those in favor, raise your hand. Maybe I should say all of those who are not in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Is this loud enough? I'm pretty much kissing it at this point. Awesome. All right. All right. So in the room, it passed unanimously. And we are waiting for the votes to come in online. So Does anyone have any questions or thoughts or concerns, or does anyone want to help the board implement now that we've given them an entire to-do list?
There is a question, a hand raised online from Margaret.
All right, Margaret? Or is that a yes? Oh, you can unmute, Margaret, if you wanted to ask a question. Okay, we're assuming that's a yes. Translating for Jenny. If you could just put it in the chat, we'll take it from that. I'm not seeing any no's, so I'm assuming this is a 2/3 pass. So thank you all very much. And I do also want to thank the team. We met every Friday for almost a year for an hour. So this was a lot of labor of love. So thank you all. And we'll be very happy to turn it over to the board to actually implement and take all the things we took out to be able to put into job descriptions and operating procedures. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, if that was not exciting enough, the next thing is Sam. So I'm going to have Sam, and Sam, let me know, do you want me to click on this link now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's watch this not crash, please.
Thank you, Jenny.
Okay, let me make sure I open it in the desktop app so it's a little bit easier to see. Oh, doesn't look like it's sharing right now. So let me make sure. Yeah, I'm going to switch it over, Sam, as soon as I switch over. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to shrink it just a little since you have some notes there, and let me know when to keep scrolling. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, hi, I'm Samantha Miller, your chapter treasurer for 2024 and 2025, and soon to be 26 and 2027. So before you all is the proposed budget for 2026. Any notes on increases or decreases are going to be seen in column D. Increases are green, decreases are red. And we'll go through section by section. First, we're looking at revenues, which is proposed funds coming in. The membership dues we have, that's taken based on how many dollars we got in for 2025 at a straight cost. It's just a little bit safer for the budget to assume no net change. And if we have more membership, that is fantastic and a little more income than we plan. So the NIGP program chapter rebate also includes it includes chapter members who identify themselves when they register for events, and it also includes chapter members registering. Is this the dual membership one? And then we have one down below that's a separate rebate that we get from NIGP, where we get 10% of rebate for each total of classes that we host. So we have all of the funds there are just, again, reflecting what we collected in 2025. I'd like to call special attention to these pass-throughs in red. Those are red just to point out that those are a straight cost as funds coming in and funds going out. So we really have zero budgeted for that, but we're just planning to facilitate collecting the funds and paying for things for both the baseball game and for our winter holiday event that Ginny talked about. It is a new budget line item just to keep it a little more clear in our budgeting for tracking those funds for the different events. But again, no funds are expected to go out outside of what we collect from members. We also have chapter member events. We did have 1,500 for this and we actually didn't use it for 2025, but I like to have that we all like to have that as something that we can dip into if we have fun ideas that we want to implement over the year. Let's see. Sorry about that. Under donations, we do have it specifically called out for another WPC event with DES, although we didn't put any funds to collect because we didn't want to build that into our budget. So we have a total revenues of funds coming in for 2026 projected to be $19,802.50. And then Ginny, if you could scroll down. Thank you. Under expenditures, so these are funds going out for the year in the budget. We have NIGP's Chapter Academy and Leadership Summit. The chapter covers the an extra day of food and lodging, and then also airfare. So that's built in there. We've got some professional speaker and trainer fees. These are the funds specifically for 2026. We will carry over the unused funds from 2025. So it's 2,000 additional dollars. And we did decrease that since we didn't tap into that so much, but we didn't want to zero that out. Give us some flexibility to bring the members really amazing and professional speakers. And then under the scholarships and recognition section, we'll notice that not much has changed here. We did add some additional language just in the descriptions of items under column C. That gives us a little more flexibility in how the scholarship committee decides to allocate the funds. And then we did decrease the procurement professional and manager of the year award rollover just to reflect what was used last year. Can we scroll down to the events section? Thank you, Ginny. Under events, a lot of these items stayed the same, except the procurement summit is going to be planned to be held virtually. So we decreased those funds down to 0. There's significantly less cost associated when it's just a virtual event. And also, this is where the funds go out from those pass-through events. So up above it was $1,500 for the first one and $200 for the second. So again, it's 0 cost associated with that. And then down below in the taxes and assessments, these are exact filing fee costs. So we're expecting to spend 100% of those in this category. And then under administration, we decreased the website maintenance just because we have fine-tuned how many email aliases that we have. And I did plan for a few extra in there because we actually we need to be able to pay for, rewording. January is when all of the payments for these are due. And I needed it to reflect what we had all the way until the end of 2025. So I put a note in my personal one for making next year's to decrease this a little more as well. So we'll see some more savings there. Software and programs, we've fine-tuned exactly what software subscriptions we have and paying annually instead of monthly. So we were able to decrease that as well. So we have $19,775 going out, which puts us basically at a net 0. So we are collecting $28 more in this budget than we are planning to spend. Do we have any questions on the entire document that we've covered? I do see that Margaret's hand is raised, and
It's still raised. I
I'm
think she
thinking
needs
that's
to
from
lower
before.
it. But I do have Sarah here in the room with a question.
All right.
Morning, Sam. I just had a question on the top item about membership fees. It looked like it said 40. I thought they were 50.
They are. So for my budgeting tracking, it's easiest just to take the total funds collected in 2025 and divide by 38.54 because that's what we get from our lowest cost of a membership. And that's what I use as my number. So 375 isn't the exact number that we collected for individuals as members, but that's the way for me to quantify it in a consistent way, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification. Makes sense.
Thanks for asking.
That's actually a great point, and maybe we could, just to not confuse, in the additional comments, maybe Sam, we could put it after the fact to say, note membership fee is $50, 2025 and beyond, or something like that. So thank you for noticing that. I wanted to clarify too, and I know Sam kind of mentioned this, is the rebate that we get. So our Pro D, Erin Book, when she books out these NIGP hosted, Washington State hosted, that we put on our calendar and we're the host, if you register for any of those classes, really make sure when you say you are from Washington State chapter. We've had an issue where Washington, D.C. is really close to WANIGP. Make sure it says Washington State, because I don't want them getting the credit. We want to get the credit. So it's on the drop down, right? It's all W. Just want to note that's very close to our name. And then we are getting a lot of rebates lately. So, oh, still, okay. Has to be really. Is that better, Linda? Much better. Oh, with headphones in. Oh, how about that, you guys? Put your headphones on. Okay. All right. Let's see. Any other questions? I had questions along the way in my head, Sam, but I wanted you to finish. But of course now I'm like, hmm. One thing on the baseball game. So, and I wanted to clarify, when she does say pass through, that means that's coming out of your pocket, but we're collecting it on your behalf so we can do one transaction. So just want to clarify that. That's why we call it a pass through. So I hope you all understand that's something that we want to continue to do. But we need you to participate, because the more we do, the better. And this year, actually, we had over 100 people go to the baseball game this year. So friends and family, bring them in, right? So just wanted to mention too, on Area 8 joint event, I know, Sam, can you clarify why we put 0 in that line item?
Yes, the Area 8 joint event is for 2027. So we don't have any funds that we're planning to collect from members or Area 8 members in the year of 2026 for this 2027 event. We do typically leave that as a blank line item space holder in every budget so that we never forget to put that in.
All right. If there are no questions, I'll allow you to do your motion, please.
All right, well, I will make a motion to approve the 2026 chapter budget as presented.
Do we have a
Jen
second?
Lyman seconded on,
Cherie?
looks like, oh, okay. So at this time, Ginny,
We get
did you
2
wanna?
seconds, one virtual, one in person. This is also the lovely challenge we have when we have everybody do it. Okay, all in favor? Go ahead. I have the script, Sam. Sorry, I'm reading through it.
No worries.
Go for it.
I posted online for the voting, so
Okay, great.
you wanna
So
use-
all in favor, say aye in the room. Any opposed? I'll allow you to say it.
oh, so the motion passes and the 2026 annual budget has been approved. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sam.
Feel free to
Awesome.
reach out to me at treasurer@WANIGP if you ever have any questions.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to switch screens. All right. I'd like to start by recognizing our 2025 Board of Directors and Standing Committee Chairs. Please stand or raise your hand virtually and turn on your camera as I call your name. Miranda Larada, Vice President. Kristen Brewington, Recording Secretary. Stacy Sappington, Membership Secretary. Sam Miller, Treasurer, and Maya Lampinen, Immediate Past President. Thank you all for your dedication and great stewardship of our chapter. You have invested a lot of time this year, every year, into making our chapter a valuable resource for our members. For our standing committee chairs, Aaron Book, Connie Wall. Oh, I thought I updated that picture of Stacy, but hey, there you are. Jessica Smith, Alice Bench, sorry, I must have let, I know, I cropped myself out of that next to Stacy always. Tiffany Matson, Cheryl Mankey. I put Maya because it's hard to change the template, so I made sure she's in there twice. Julia Bang, Vivian Nguyen, and here we are. All right. So as you can see, we have a number of committees. So I'm going to ask each committee chair, as mentioned just now, to acknowledge their committee members. And when your committee chair reads your name, if you are in the room, please stand up. And for the online folks, raise your hand and turn on your camera. Um, Traditionally, we do certificates for completion or for participation. And that's something that we'll probably discuss a little further. Just for the sake of time, it's something that we probably could be more efficient at, which is just doing it in the back end of Club Express. But traditionally, we do have a certificate and we can make that happen, but don't want to use up all that time for that. So with that, let me start with the honors and awards.
Hello, everybody. I am Miranda, and it is both my honor and award to chair the Honor and Awards Committee. I hope everyone can hear me. We, our committee, small and mighty. We are made up of Aaron Booch, Stacy Sappington, Brianne Aggers, and Connie Wall, who is our member at large.
Hi, I'm Vivian Nguyen, Events Committee Chair, and Ginny and Miranda are both a part of the committee as well.
Cross one off. Hi, Stacy up. Bylaw, the bylaw committee, I've already introduced everybody. We had somebody listed here that wasn't able to commit in the end. I'm not kissing the mic. I'll get very close though. Bylaw committee, I've already introduced us. Amanda Witt had to leave our committee early, but Stacy Hubb, Sherry Estrada, Maya Lempian, and Rhonda Walgren. We did have Kathleen Ringers from City of Seattle also on the committee. And I'm staying up here for the scholarship committee. We have a new member, Lori Adams. Thanks for joining. Linda Hodgson. Oh, hi, Linda. Julie Hanna, is she on? Hi, Julie. April Alexander, Amel, and Kara. Kara is here. I wanted to do a quick advertisement since she's here. Kara just set up a scholarship that's going to be released when? Probably Monday, and we're kind of focusing on certification training and things like that. So if you're interested in a scholarship, watch for a promotion coming. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, you're up again.
Sam had to step away.
Oh, okay. Well, great timing. We
Yeah.
have some in the room here. Okay, I'll just read it. Plan, establish, execute the chapter's financial program, prepare and present the annual report, which she did, and budget for the coming year. We have Michelle Flatt here in the house. Do we have Linda Thomas online? Shui, are you here? And Kathleen also, but you guys can read the slides. So education and research. So Erin's not here, so I'll sit in for her. We've got Erin Book as the chair. Kristen Boone, I believe you're online today. Are you? If so, could you turn on your camera?
Yes.
Thought I saw you in the, yeah, I can see you. There you are. Yay. There's Kristen Boone, recently moved to King County. Clark Langstrat, I'm not sure if he's here today. Anna Vogel and Connie just might as well just keep the cameras on the whole time. So thank you for that. All right, lunch and learn. Connie, take it away.
Okay, I am Connie Wall. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Chair of the Lunch and Learn Committee. I just need to do a really quick flashback to last year. I know we're tight on time again this year, but last year we were super tight on time and Ginny told us we all had 2 minutes. And I got up and said, okay, my presentation is 20 minutes. And the look of pure panic on Ginny's face was priceless. So just real quick, I'm going to announce our committee members. We have me as the chair. We have Samantha Miller, Jeff Peterson, Sherry Estrada, Maya Lampinen, Kara Allard, Stacy Hupp, Victor Lemur. We're an amazing committee. And that's all I'll say and turn it back to Ginny.
Awesome. Thank you, Connie. All right. Tiffany, is she here in the room? No. I thought she was, oh, there she is in the room, in the virtual room. There she is. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I am the newest chairperson for the Legislative Liaison Committee, and we also have Erin Bush and Casey Brown. And we're a slightly pretty new committee, so we are really welcoming anyone else who would love to join. We'd love to have you.
Awesome. Tiffany, actually, can you give us kind of a short synopsis of like something you guys have just accomplished like in 2025?
Sure. So we did a survey of the membership to try and find out what kind of things you would like to see changed in the laws, what would make your jobs easier, and put that together. And we sent it to some legislative representatives and trying to get some laws pushed through. There's not a lot so far yet on the books, but we're hoping to get those conversations going with our lawmakers.
Great. Thank you for that. And happy to finally fill in that position. Yeah, Lou, go ahead. Do you have a question? We have a microphone.
And they're dealing with.
We're going to have him repeat it. He's got a microphone now.
How are they dealing with the contract procurement portion, being a part of this legislative committee, if it has to go with lobbying and stuff like that to put stuff on the law books?
Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, Tiff.
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
Okay, so if you're part of this legislation committee, you're saying you're enacting stuff to get put in law on the books and everything. How does that act if we're all state employees and we're having to deal with lobbying, but a lot of us are dealing with contracting to procurement?
Yeah, it's more as a representative of this organization, and we're not necessarily lobbying. We're presenting our suggestions and what is impacting us in the law and more information gathering.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that because that's the way it sounded.
Sure.
Maya,
So
can you
I-
fill in a little bit?
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
help. Tiffany, you good if I fill in a few more things too?
Sure.
So one of the things that we do is we work with CPARB, the Capital Projects Review Advisory Board, and they ask us a lot of opinions on laws that are being presented by our legislatures, and they're asking for the procurement and contracting expertise to say, how would this impact you? And for example, prompt pay. Prompt pay is something that's very active right now in the legislature for construction, but some of the special interest groups think that it's all about public entities not paying promptly. When in reality, if you look at the logjam, there's intents that aren't getting paid, which means we can't pay because we're waiting for the intent to get paid. So for us to be able to provide that feedback that says, yeah, we try to pay as prompt as we can, but here are some log jams that occur so that legislation doesn't get passed that says, oh, you have to pay within 30 days, but it doesn't say of an approved invoice. So those are the little things that our legislative committee also works with. And then we're really blessed this year to have Janice Zahn from Port of Seattle. She's also a legislator. And so she's been working actively with our committee to say, what are your sticky points in law that I can then present as a change that's needed? Maybe it's retention or make different performance and payment bond requirements or any of that. So that's kind of how we aren't able to do any lobbying, to your point. So yeah.
That's a great example. And again, it's more of educating our members to say what's going on in the legislative world. And Tiffany tries to stay on top of that and shares it within the Google group or, to her committee. So thank you for that, Tiffany. It's a very important work, and thank you for the question. We're going to move on quickly since we're starting to run out of time. Oops. So emerging professionals, I'm the co-chair with Cheryl Mankey. And my team are Kristen Boone, Melissa Irwin, yes, and Sam Miller. And we're all in the house, virtually and in person. So we focus on supporting the growth and success of current and new future public procurement contracting professionals. And the qualification is under 5 years of public procurement. That's normally who we focus. Doesn't mean if you're at 6, we kick you out. You can stay in. We would love to have you just stay with us. As far as for this year, because of the survey that we did in 2025, we were doing it on a Thursday, but the survey says, you know what, Mondays are lighter for us. So we decided we're going to listen to the members. And so second Mondays of every other month instead of every month is what we're going to do. We're going to stick around with the 2 to 3 p.m. Slot. And then these are the dates that we want you to save. So when you go on Club Express, you can just hit register and then we'll send you a Zoom link. Now, the topics that we are thinking we want to talk about are slated here on the bullet points. And again, just for the sake of time, I will allow you to just read that. These are subject to change, but these are our ideas. And I think sometimes the lunch and learn, if you guys want to, borrow some of our ideas, we're okay with that too. All right. So the membership committee, Stacy Sappington cannot make it. So these are the folks, if you are in the room, I'll allow you to turn on your cameras and help you be recognized. We got Kristen here. Cynthia, Erin Hamilton, I believe she's online. Miranda's here. Amel, and I'm not sure if Bruce is here. So if you are in the room, please raise your hand or show yourself on camera. Or just wave like a, queen. All right. Newsletter committee. Julia Bang just came back from vacation. I tried to, convince her to come, but she happens to be in a mandatory meeting right now. So here's our newsletter. We do it quarterly. We're running behind for first quarter, but not really because it's only January. So technically we have till March, right? But here we are. The next one, Public Relations and Marketing Committee, very similar. I don't know if Anna is in the room, but she's also part of that. And that really means we have the Club Express, the Facebook page, and the LinkedIn that we update to make sure everybody, like this morning, I posted on Facebook, hey, it's about time for our annual business meeting, just to remind folks. And we have Alice here in the house to present for her committee.
Good morning. I am Alice Benj, Nominations and Elections Committee Chair, and my committee is Sarah Hubert, Jen Lyman, and Amanda Witt. I won't say minor. We do really important work, but in a very condensed time frame, about the last 4 months of every calendar year. So I'm going to be stepping down this year, and Sarah's going to take over as chair of the committee, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point. But anyway, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And yes, Jen is here. I saw Jen. She is our awesome job. Yes, it's short in duration, but it's intense, guys. We've added them to the procurement manager and procurement professional of the year to send those things out so that we can actually concentrate on having them do the nominations, but not the scoring. So separation of duties, of course. Great. We've been talking about this all morning, the Area 8 conference. We really haven't done much, but hey, we want to officially say who they are because work is going to be coming soon. So Maya, come on up.
I'd be very happy to have a co-chair as well since I've taken on the ambassador role. So anyone else who would like to, but we have not yet met because I feel like I'm echoing. I stand over here. We have not yet met because we have just started at the last meeting to start collect names. This will end up being a year-long, year-and-a-half-long process. So currently the folks who have volunteered to join, so thank you very much. Ginny, Lori Adams is in the room here, Julia Bang, Kristen Brewington, Sharia Estrada, Shelby, and Samantha. So most of you all are in attendance. We will start meeting here soon. We need to pick up venues. We need to kind of get a lot of the different committees put together. It's going to require some lodging committees. It's going to require someone to help with catering and food, registration, sponsorships. There's a whole bunch of things that go into the Area 8 conference. As you saw from the before, Area 8 is Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Alberta, and then Hawaii, Alaska. And so we'll all come together. We will have representatives from pretty much the only ones who are really active on the committees are Oregon and Idaho. They'll be alongside. It'll be a lot of virtual meetings. They'll help us out. They've both hosted before. We have never hosted. So they will be our mentors in this process. I know Siam has already been working with some of the folks from OPPA on the finance portion of that. So if you're interested, there's long-term volunteer opportunities. And that would be on that more meeting once a month and then maybe more frequently as we get into some of the intense portions of that. But there will also be day of, week of, hour of type meeting volunteers. So if that's all you have bandwidth for, we need that very, very much. Those 2 days will be very critical. It's a 2-day conference, day and a half actually. And once we have a venue picked, it'll be a lot easier for everyone to really understand if they can volunteer day of or if it's more of the remote volunteering. So thank you.
So yes, thank you, volunteers. We could not do any of these without you. So again, if you're interested in a committee, these are our email addresses. If you're like, I don't know which one, just go to info. Somebody will get back to you. Okay. Anyone want to introduce any new business in the last 30 seconds? No pressure. That you want to bring up? That we're like, I don't know, you said something I didn't make any sense, or an idea you want to throw out there. Again, Area 8 conference, we need more volunteers. I carpooled with somebody. We might have a new recruit. So just letting you know. We got to start with a date and a venue, right? And then all that money stuff. So with that, I lied. There is no 10-minute stretch break because that was my original intent. But I will allow you to have a stretch break so that these guys from the risk pool can set up their technology. So.
Can I tag on to that really quickly? For those of you, parking here is free for 2 hours, but it's $3 every hour after that. If you did not pay, you will need to run out and scan the QR code and pay. So yes. 4 to 10 hours was $7. Okay. All right. Well, cheaper than I thought. So yeah, if you want to take a minute to go do that, or you can probably do it at lunch.
Go do that right now for sure. And folks in the virtual space can take a little break as well. Thank you.
And we are starting our contracts training. Community transit, community transit.
I wasn't in trouble, I wouldn't know what I'd be.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am so happy to be here to announce our guest speakers from the Washington County's Risk Pool. And because every dream pool needs a Barbie, I'm happy to present Bryden Barbie, the Director of Risk and Claims. Bryden has over a decade of experience in the insurance industry, where he has developed a very diverse set of skills across various roles. I kind of made him sound like Liam Neeson, special set of skills. Yeah, don't upset him. Beginning his career at State Farm, he was appointed to the inaugural First Line Leader Council in 2019, where he collaborated directly with executive leadership on key initiatives related to organizational change and enhancing employee morale. We also have Chuck Boyd, Executive Director. There are no cute puns with his name. I tried. Chuck has been in the insurance industry for 25 years, both in the private and public sector. He began his career at State Farm managing fire and casualty claims before spending over 13 years in the Special Investigative Unit, where he focused on claims involving suspected arson and fraud. I'm going to have a lot of questions about that. That sounds, yeah, I want to know all of it. A little top 10 things to do. And without further ado, I hand the mic over to.
I'll take this one here. I think we'll need that one too, though, because I'm technology challenged. So I'll be driving the PowerPoint today while Bryden's talking. Again, Chuck Boyd, I'm the Executive Director of the Risk Pool. I've been with the pool for about 7.5 years. What's that? Oh, sorry. They actually want to see? Oh, really? Well, we're starting off on a high note. Can everybody hear? Yes, no? Thumbs up, thumbs down, can you hear?
It's a little low in the virtual space.
It's low in the virtual space. Well, I used to coach youth football and I can yell like I did at kids, but anyways. Okay, if that's better, then we have a thumbs up. Good. So we're happy to be here. Bryden and I drove up this morning and to kind of finish full circle with the laughter this morning. I sent an email saying, hey, we're in traffic, we might be late. And I was told that the introduction might be that we're Parisian Clown College graduates. So if you like the presentation, it's Chuck and Bryden. If you don't, it's Barnum and Bailey. So anyways, what we want to talk about today is contracts. We deal with contracts a lot with the risk pool. Are you familiar with the risk pools and what they are and what we do? Varied hands. So we're a county's risk pool. So 24 of the 39 counties in the state of Washington are members of our risk pool. We provide liability, property, cybercrime, and terrorism insurance coverages. We handle liability claims and property claims, but we also have member services for training for our members, but also risk management folks work with our counties, and a lot of times it's on contracts where we have counties that are entering into contracts and interlocal agreements that are binding us to liability. So we're looking at it from the standpoint of the insurance side. So we came up with the contracts training. I think the speaker's on with this. I don't know if you're going to hear it twice with an echo. Okay. So what we're going to talk about today is the first part of the session is about contracts from insurance terminology and so on. Throughout the PowerPoint presentation, you may see references to a page number or a color. We are shortening today's presentation because we understand that we're what stands between you and lunch. But when we get to certain colors, we may not go through the actual insurance policy because it may not be applicable to you. But if you want a cure for insomnia and you want to read an insurance policy and see where those colored dots correspond to the presentation, feel free to do so. We like to keep things lighthearted, so if you have any questions, either online or here in the room, ask it first. Don't wait till the end because you'll forget about it. Let's talk about it while we're going through. So with that, I'll pass it over to Bryden and we'll start going through.
All right, good morning, everybody. I guess the people online can't see me, but as long as, oh, they can? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. So the objectives for today, as Chuck mentioned, so we're going to talk about risk management, how risk management reviews contracts. This is all to protect your organization. So this is really important information. Your risk manager may be doing this, but having a second set of eyes, your eyes on it too, is going to be really, really important. So we'll understand key insurance provisions, why insurance policy language is really important to the contract, and then understand why the policy limits. So we'll discuss limits as we're going through this as well, why those are so important as well. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll be able to get some confidence in reviewing these contracts, know what you're looking at, know when there's red flags. So that's our goal today. So when we talk about contracts, there's different levels of protection that we're talking about. The first level is the contract. That's the most basic. Basically, we've signed an agreement and you've made some sort of a promise, right? So that's just a very basic level. The second level, the insurance requirements, right? So in the contract, you're going to require whoever you're contracting with to have insurance for protection, right? So if something happens, hopefully they've got insurance, they can pay for it. Just having the insurance requirements isn't going to be enough because we don't know if they actually have insurance. So we need to start requiring other documents, the insurance certificate, certificate of insurance. You guys probably all require that, right, when you're looking at contracts. So that's one level. Just because they have a certificate of insurance, though, and they say the certificate says, oh, we have general liability, $1 million, $2 million, that doesn't necessarily mean that they actually have that, right? It's just a document saying at that snapshot, that point in time, they had the insurance, but it could have been canceled. So,
And depending on who it is that you're contracting with and your level of comfort, we will always err to the side of caution. And what we mean by that is trust but verify. So I'll trust what you're selling me, I'll trust what you're giving me, but don't be surprised if I go to verify it. And when we talk about a certificate of insurance, to me, it's a piece of paper. It may have been valid when that was written, and I associate that with auto insurance, right? You have auto insurance, you get your little ID card. What's stopping you the next day from canceling that policy, but I have a valid card that says I have insurance, when really I don't? That can, as far as I'm concerned, that can be a certificate of insurance. So if you have any concerns, trust but verify. So, and there should, if that is brought up that, hey, we want verification, if they say no, or they give any pushback, that's when the little red light goes off going, hey, there might be an issue here.
and we in the insurance world are very cynical. We're cynical people because we've been lied to a lot. I mean, as we're investigating and, people want money, right, for things. So we always have to be skeptical. So the last level, which is the highest level of protection, is the additional insured endorsement. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go through this, but that endorsement basically it's saying that, I've seen your certificate. I know the insurance company, we want to be listed on their insurance policy as an additional insured. Then we have rights under their policy. We don't have the same rights, but we have some rights is what that document says. So when you see a certificate of insurance, you should see an endorsement with it listing your entity as an additional insured. That's going to be critical.
And with the additional insured endorsement, when we talk about that, and a lot of the, Brighton and I came from State Farm, so yes, we have khakis, but no, we're not Jake. The difference, we tie a lot of examples back to like homeowners insurance or auto insurance because it's relatable, right? We have a place to live, you've got a car, you've got insurance. So a lot of our examples will kind of come back to that. The reason I bring that up on the additional insured endorsement, where it gives you rights and standing under the policy, is that if on an auto insurance, if any one of you hits my car, hits me, I can call up your insurance company and I can file a claim, right? And they're going to go, well, we need to investigate this. We need to talk to our policyholder, so-and-so, and then we'll get back with you. Now, you try to do the same thing on my homeowner's policy, they're going to call you and say, hey, thanks for calling. Have a nice day because you're not the insured. You can't file a claim. Bye. Click, you're done. Now, if you're listed as an additional insured, they can't say, thank you, have a nice day, click, you're done, and hang up on you. So it gives you standing, a legal standing and a right under the policy. So take that for what it is, where if we need to file a claim or we need to be protected, the additional insured endorsement is what gets us there versus just the contract that says we'll agree to defend and indemnify, because their insurance policy may have a provision in it that excludes indemnity contracts where you can't agree to bind us to coverage for somebody else. So that's all in the review of the entire contract and the insurance requirements and the certificate of insurance and then the additional insured endorsement.
So we as a risk, I guess, a risk manager, put yourself in the shoes of a risk manager. Some of the things that we should be looking at is when you look at a contract, the indemnification and hold harmless, this is one of the most important provisions in a contract. We'll talk about why, but that's one of the most important provisions. There's miscellaneous provisions we'll cover, insurance provisions that may not make sense, but hopefully after this you'll get a better understanding of what they mean. Insurance requirements and then certificates of insurance, which are, we talked about the evidence of coverage.
And again, we're looking at this from the risk management perspective and the risk pool, where we're not only stewards of taxpayer dollars for counties, but also all of our member counties, because we look at it as a claim for one as a claim for all 24 of our member counties. But what we're really getting at there is that our counties, and this is specific to the Washington County's risk pool, I can't speak for any other risk pool, and I won't, but our counties can contract for services, vendors, whatever it may be, and bind us, meaning the risk pool, to liability, and they don't have to ask us. So we want to educate our members about insurance so that if we're going to be bound to liability, the county's technically binding themselves to liability, but if they're insured and covered through us, then they're binding the risk pool and the other 23 member counties to whatever contract we're entering into. So we want to provide the education and training about this. We're looking at it, we want to know what you're contracting for, just so it gives us an idea to put us in that mindset. Is this a roads operation? Are you contracting for a jail medical provider? Because there are different types of contracts and different risks that are associated with it. But what we're looking at is from a risk management and insurance standpoint. So,
yeah, and just to go back to that a little bit, so I get this question a lot of, hey, here's what we want to do. Is this covered? And that's not necessarily from a risk management standpoint. That's a good question to ask. But the question you should ask is, should you be doing that even? Maybe it's too risky for you all to take on. So an example that we get sometimes is member counties have state fairs. So I get questions, about, hey, we want to do this activity at the state fair. And I say, maybe we shouldn't have kids climbing on monster trucks at the state fair, things like that. So believe it or not, we get those questions quite often. So you just want to think of things from a broader risk management perspective sometimes. Go ahead.
And yes, we have seen the jump your junk at the fair, where it was take whatever vehicle that you can get to actually move under its own power and jump it, and who can jump it the farthest. Risk management is going to look at that and go, maybe not. Or we really want some waivers and we want a lot of things in place to absolve us of the liability. And part of the problem with Brian and I, as we do these trainings, we've been doing this for a very long time. So we could talk for stories for a month of Sundays. So I'll try to keep those to a minimum.
Yeah.
But if you have questions, please do ask.
Just really quickly, indemnification, hold harmless. So indemnification basically indicates who's going to pay for what. So when somebody agrees to defend and indemnify you, they're agreeing to pay for any claim arising out of that agreement, basically, is what they're agreeing to. So that's essentially what that says here. So the first type is you're responsible for my liability and your liability. So they're taking on all the liability, which basically is what we want if we can get away with it. Sometimes the law says we can't do that. So Sometimes you'll have to consult your legal and make sure that it's a legal provision. But the second is I'm responsible for my liability and your liability unless you are solely negligent, which we see these often, right? This is probably one of the most common that we see. Another common one that we see is you're responsible for your liability and I'm responsible for mine. So kind of like, you know, you go, anything you do, you're going to take care of. Anything we do, we'll take care of, which is a fair compromise generally.
And as I stated earlier, so that at the end of the second line of Part B, it says in parentheses A10. So if you wanted to look in the packet, there's different examples, one of them A, B, C. At page 10, that's where it would be a example of what the language would look like in a contract, so that you can refer back to it at a later time of I'm responsible for my liability, you're responsible for yours, unless you're solely negligent. So what we don't want to cover there, or we want to cover is our liability or any comparative liability. But if it's solely on you, we want you to cover that. So, and again, you'll see that throughout the presentation. It may say, have list a color or list a page example that you can refer to at a later time.
Okay, miscellaneous provisions. We have the first one, Title 51 waiver of immunity, or Title 51 immunity. So employers under workers' compensation law have immunity for for any workers' compensation claim or suit that their employee may bring against them. So that's an important thing to know, because what we want to see in the contract, I can't remember, is this later?
Yeah, so with the Title 51, our employees can't sue us because we have immunity under Title 51, that your exclusive remedy is workers' comp. If we're contracting with somebody for, let's say, a service, the Title 51 applies to the vendor that we're contracting with and to their employees, but there's nothing stopping their employees from suing us because we can't say we're immune under Title 51, that your employees can't sue us. So what we want to do, if we're going to agree to a defense and indemnification agreement of you're going to defend and indemnify everything, or a comparative mutual indemnification, you defend and indemnify your actions, we'll defend and indemnify ours. If the actions that gave rise to the claim were yours, we don't want you to be able to stand up and go, we're immune, Title 51, thanks, we're out of here, it's all on you now. So in the contract, we want the defense and indemnification language, but we also want the Title 51 immunity waiver, and it's its own section. And there has to be some, and I will say, contact your legal about it, but there is a specific line that says that this provision has been mutually agreed by both parties and signed to make it enforceable. Because it can't just be, oh, I didn't see that in the contract. But if it says we've mutually agreed to this provision to waive our Title 51 immunity, then you can get it enforced by the courts. I won't go into the legal side of it, but the issue is you don't want to leave any loopholes for somebody to make an argument that, hey, we didn't know that was there, so it doesn't apply to us. So it will say in there, it's mutually agreed upon between the parties.
Quick story time on that too. So we actually have a claim we're dealing with right now for this exact same thing. So years and years ago, we had a jail medical service provider. So their employee actually contracted MRSA in our jail. That employee sued us for contracting MRSA, saying that we didn't keep a sanitary jail. And because of our negligence, they contracted MRSA and had all these complications. MRSA is no good, right? So we looked at the contract with the jail medical services provider. There was Title 51 waiver of immunity, which means that jail medical services provider has to defend and indemnify us. So they've said, no, we're not going to do that. So we're kind of in this legal battle back and forth. But if that provision wasn't in there, we'd be left, kind of with no legal standing to sue them, basically. All right. So RCW 51.04.010, Declaration of Power, Jurisdiction of the Courts abolished. So basically, the common law system governing the remedy of workers against employees for injuries received in employment is consistent. This goes back to workers' comp, except otherwise provided in the title and to the end, all civil actions and all civil causes of action. Basically, this says that Title 51 is their sole remedy for any injury while they're working. That's basically what this provision says. So we already talked about this, why Title 51 is important. I gave you that example. If you don't have it in the contract, it really could come back to bite you. So waiver of subrogation. So a waiver of subrogation basically is the contractor's insurance company, if something were to happen and the contractor were to be negligent for it. The best example is, let's say you agree, you hire a contractor to build a building, and that contractor has subcontractors, and the electrical subcontractor does some faulty wiring, and that building ends up burning down. Well, that electrical subcontractor's insurance or the general contractor's insurance is going to take care of that. So they're going to replace any damage from that, or replace the building that burned down.
No.
So
I didn't have it on my calendar for some reason.
I didn't have it on my calendar either.
Flora didn't send out the link, but the link was on the board packets that she put together and sent to us. I don't know. Yeah, before she's always sent the.
Okay.
No one wants to listen to us anyways. Can you hear us? We'll take that as a yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, so going back to the burned down building example, the insurance company that pays for that burned down building, because if there's a waiver of subrogation in the contract, they're not going to go after the electrical contractor's insurance company for their to basically subrogate or collect the money from the at-fault party. That's what a waiver of subrogation means. And you see this a lot in construction contracts because things can go wrong with construction, obviously, and insurance companies will sue insurance company, and the actual project itself can get bogged down in litigation and can really halt the project. So that's why you see these waivers of subrogation. It makes everything just kind of run more smoothly.
And it's designed, part of that, again, we typically see it in construction contracts, but it's designed so that we don't clog up the courts for years of expensive litigation. We just, everybody understands that, hey, we can't come after you, but you can't come after us either. Because the typical example, like Bryden said, is, you know, the electrician wires something wrong and it causes a fire. What's the electrician going to say? Well, when I wired it, it was wired right, and then I left, but you guys had other people there doing stuff, and how do I know somebody else didn't touch it? Now you get into this long, protracted, expensive litigation, and you may or may not be able to prove your case other than we had an electrical fire. So you can save everybody time and money. Waive your subrogation rights in those instances is okay. I wouldn't do it for everything, but that's what it's intended for. If you see that in a contract, it's intended mainly for construction, but we do see it in some other contracts where people want that to happen. Yeah. So in this instance, if it is a county building that was under construction. Oh, sorry. So the question was that the risk pool would be paying for the claim. So using this as we make it up, you know, XYZ County, right? Doesn't matter who it is. They contract with a contractor to do a restoration project at the courthouse or build a new jail, whatever it may be. Now, jail's a bad example because concrete doesn't really burn. But the point being that the waiver of subrogation would apply to us. Our counties can waive subrogation so that if in the event of a loss, a fire, or a water loss, we can't turn around and go after the at-fault party if we've waived subrogation. So the vendor or the contractor and their insurance, they get off scot-free if it's their negligence. But if we do something at the job site that could be county negligence, they can't subrogate against us either. So it goes both ways. You never want to see it one way where you can't, and to back up, subrogation is just the recovery of money. If an insurance company pays out on a claim, the insurance company takes the right, and you'll see it in the fine print of a policy for the right of subrogation, assumes your right of recovery on your behalf. So back to cars. I hit Bryden. Bryden's insurance pays for his car. His insurance company is going to send me or my insurance company a letter saying, you need to pay us back because Chuck was in the wrong for rear-ending Bryden. My insurance company pays Bryden's insurance company. That's the subrogation process in a very simple fashion. And what we're trying to do here is avoid the litigation on, it's costly to try and recover the funds. So upfront, just waive it. Everybody knows that if something happens, then whoever owns the property is responsible for it, or their insurance is responsible for it. So.
You have a question?
You can run.
I think this might be a really dumb question, but a lot of the times when we're processing contracts, we just see the COI, like the front facing page.
Yes.
And the waiver of subrogation is often in like the 50 pages that could potentially follow it. Should we always be, no, we want to see that waiver, it should be attached to it, or is a reference on the COI enough? Sometimes we don't even get that. This seems really important the more I hear you talk about it, and it's more that I think we're just assuming it's there without verifying.
Absolutely. And it's a case by case. It depends on what the contract is or what it is that the project that you're working on. But it may be something where you skim through because it should be its own paragraph with its own header, similar to what's on the slideshow, where it says waiver of subrogation. Sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't. It's a judgment call. But you're right. The certificate of insurance says nothing about that. And the
endorsement.
The endorsement would show on the additional insured endorsements, things like that. The waiver of subrogation wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And when we talk the second part of the presentation today, when we go through the example, although it's for an ORV park contract, we want to get a few things across for points about certificates of insurance. So we'll talk about that more, what they look like, what to look for. And there's a reason that things become examples. Why? Because something bad happened. So anyways, I wouldn't dwell on the waiver of subrogation, but it is something to be aware of, just so that you get a full picture from a risk management standpoint, that if something goes bad, who's on the hook for it, and can you recover if it's not your fault?
Working.
There we go.
Okay. So miscellaneous provisions here, recovery. You may see this provision in the contract. Recovery means you caused me damage or injury and now you need to pay me for it. Subrogation, Chuck already kind of gave the definition of that. That's the insurance term essentially for recovery, recovering money. So you caused me damage or injury to our insured. We paid them for it. Now we're gonna try to get that money back. You owe us the money back. Waiving subrogation, we already kind of talked about that. These are, I don't think we need to spend too much time on this. These are standard provisions in a policy if you're interested in looking at what they look like in an actual insurance policy for subrogation. It'll be listed under transfer of rights. You can look at your auto policy, it's in there. Or waiving subrogation. This is really, really important. Limitation of liability. So we're seeing this clause more and more in contracts. What this clause does is, I'll just read it real quick and I'll explain it. In no event shall contractor's liability with respect to claims arising out of this agreement exceed the total amount of fees paid hereunder to the contractor. So what basically, just layman's terms, they're not going to pay, it doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter if they accidentally, heaven forbid, kill somebody, they're only going to pay for liability up to, it's capped to the amount that is paid for fees for this contract. So let's just say, for example, you pay this contractor $100,000 for this contract. That's what their damages are capped at. So if you require them to have $10 million in insurance, it doesn't matter because they're capping their damages with this provision at whatever the fees are paid under this contract. Yeah. Yeah.
When I worked for a school district, we had a contractor come in and they put in a fire alarm annunciator connector piece that connected to buildings, and it would actually then call 911 if there was an issue. They capped their liability at $2,500. I'm like, I have two full buildings full of classrooms, and you're capping your liability if that fails at $2,500. I'm like, I literally can't in good conscience accept that. It took about a month of negotiating, and we got something more reasonable, but it still wasn't good enough for me, but we accepted it.
Absolutely. And also remember, everything is negotiable in a contract.
We're actually seeing this a lot more. A lot of our architects and engineers are requesting this. And we're having the same issue, Maya, that we're paying you $50,000, we're contracting for $50,000 for you to design this bridge for us, but you're saying if something happens that is all that can be paid out, and we're having a real hard time. They're pushing back really hard.
I'm having that problem too, but vendors are using the excuse that my insurance company requires it to say this and cap my liability at the contract cost. So could you address that? Is that true?
Could absolutely be true. Trust but verify. I want something on letterhead from your insurance company, not your agent, not anyone else. I want it from the underwriter or from the insurance company saying we won't provide coverage. Then that brings you, and we'll talk about coverage and coverage limits as we go through the rest of the presentation. But then all that does is make a decision point for you. Is that acceptable? Because sometimes things we do are risky, and we just have to accept the liability that things are risky. But it's a negotiation point, and if somebody says, because we hear this all the time, I can't get the insurance, okay? That doesn't, I will never say that it rings 100% true. Is the question that you can't get it from another company, or do you not want to pay for it, which is probably the answer, right? It's too expensive, it's cost prohibitive, and then you get into another conversation or negotiation about the insurance. We see it a lot on cyber software contracts where they want to limit their liability to the value of the contract. If a contractor wants to do that, and yeah, you're paying them, $50,000 to wire your $15 million courthouse and county administrative building, and they burn the whole thing down. Oh, here's 50 grand. Thanks. It's not going to go very far. So the biggest thing with this is, again, be aware of it, and it creates knowledge, creates recognition, and it creates decision points where then whatever your internal chain of command is, to have those conversations. Hey, are we good with this? Do we have anybody else that we could contract with? Because that if they can't get the insurance, maybe that disqualifies them from the RFP process, and you go to the next person on the list. All of those are still options on the table, but it's something that just don't rubber stamp it, look through it, and see what the true root of the problem is. And what we find more often than not is that I can't afford the insurance, so I don't want to pay for it, so I want you to take the liability. Sometimes the answer to that is it's nice to want, it builds character. It's not going to work. So I've said that to my kids a few times.
I was going to say, you tell your kids that?
Absolutely.
Just going back to the example of cyber and this limitation of liability really quickly. So it's hard for a lot of people to make the connection between why is this important? It's a cyber contract. It's a contract for some software program that our HR department's going to use. Why does that matter? Well, there could be, coders, programmers get things wrong, right? They could code some inherent or screw up something. There could be some inherent vulnerability in that software that creates, a risk for the county. Cyber breach, data breaches, we see it all the time, right? It's in the news all the time. And that's a big, big, big risk. Ransomware attacks, those types of things are a big risk. All right. So just going through some exclusions. So if you ever get the chance to read your own auto policy, you'll see at the back there's exclusions. Things are excluded, right? Nuclear attacks are excluded, right? There's all sorts of crazy exclusions if you look at your auto policy. So that's one policy you can look at. But things in a general liability policy, that's typically what county governments are dealing with, general liability. Things that are excluded, liquor liability is a common one. Contractual liability is another common one. Healthcare, professional services, aircraft, watercraft up to a certain length. And we create our own policy document as a risk pool, and we have very similar exclusions in our policy document. Auto is used for a business, environmental pollution. And typically, the reason why these are excluded is because there's separate policies that cover these things, right? They can purchase other policies.
And it may be the exclusion is because the risk is too great. The
Yeah.
insurance doesn't want to take it on. And again, this training was set up for our member counties where we have an exclusion for liquor liability in our coverage document. But the big one here, the takeaway is their exclusion for contractual liability. What is that? Well, I just entered into a contract saying that I'll take on the liability, but now when I read my insurance coverage, there's an exclusion for an indemnity contract for a third party. Now you're in a bind because if something bad happens, the other side you contracted with is going to go, you agreed, here's the contract, you're paying for it. And then you turn around to your risk pool or your insurance company and go, hey, I have a problem because we agreed to this. And they go, yeah, but there's an exclusion in the policy and we're not going to cover it or pay for it. So what does that ultimately leave? Leaves you and your organization or your agency responsible for the liability. So you want to be aware of what exclusions are in the policy. And I will say we cover contractual liability, so it's there for knowledge purposes only. But I have been in conversations with some of our member counties and organizations that want a franchise agreement. They want to run a gas line down in the easement on the road, which is fine. And we said, okay, you need this for your business. We want to see your certificate of insurance. We want to see your insurance policy. And they said, that's proprietary to our business. We don't share that with anybody. My rebuttal to that was, I'm into old cars. I've got a 66 Chevelle. It's a big block 4-speed, beautiful car. Sell it to you right now, $100,000. Want to buy it? Well, can I look at it? No. Still want to buy it? So the point of that is trust but verify. If somebody tells you they don't have the document, they can't get the document, or they're unwilling to, that should be a concern to look into and look further into it. So we just want you to be aware that not everything is covered. And again, like Bryden said, there may be another policy that's available for that risk or exposure, or it just may be excluded and it's something that would be uninsured. So knowing going into it, if you know that there's a limit on coverage or there's an exclusion that's applicable to coverage, you're going to manage the risk differently than if you know that there is insurance coverage for it, right? Because you've got more skin in the game.
Okay, occurrence versus claims made. So you will see this on a certificate of insurance, and I'll explain the difference to you between occurrence and claims made. So these are two different types of policies. The one that I guess is the most favorable to you is occurrence based. So that means the applicable policy and coverage is triggered by the date of the loss. So a great example of this is we are getting absolutely destroyed by juvenile sex abuse cases. We have over 150 because there's no statute of limitations. So we have a claim right now from 1969 for juvenile sex abuse case. And it's an occurrence-based policy. We have an occurrence-based policy. So basically, in an occurrence-based policy, in this example, you would go back to that 1969 policy. That would trigger the coverage. The insurance, we notify the insurance company, and they're like, okay, yep, we're ready to handle it. Let's investigate and pay the claim. So that's what occurrence-based is. Claims made is basically, it limits the coverage because the applicable policy and coverage is triggered by the date the claim is made against the insured. So in the claims made, in the example I just gave you, claims made. So if you purchased an occurrence-based policy back in 1969, that policy is not going to be triggered if it's claims made. It's not going to be triggered. You're not going to have coverage for it unless you purchase an extended reporting period. Most extended reporting periods are 3 or 6 years. They're not going to be from 1969 to today. There's no, I don't know, what is that, 70-year reporting period, 60, you're not going to have that. So you wouldn't have coverage for it, basically.
And it is a big thing when we talk about the coverage for claims made versus occurrence. And again, like the auto example, if you get an auto accident today and somebody has a 3-year statute of limitations to settle their claim or sue you, whatever coverages you have in force today are what is going to govern the claim. So if tomorrow you lower your limits or raise your limits, that has no bearing on the auto accident that you had today because it's today's coverages. There's actually a benefit, and I should say not always, but I will say for our risk pool, for some of the, we're dealing with a lot of old juvenile sex abuse cases that are from the 70s, 80s, 90s. Well, back in the 90s, we didn't carry that much as far as that high of insurance limits, right? Back then, I'll tell you, we had $5 million in coverage as far in the mid 90s for the Washington County's risk pool, which in the mid 90s, $5 million was generational wealth, life-changing money. Skip to 2025 and where we're at now, is $5 million the same? Absolutely not. So we have higher coverage limits than we did. All of our counties have 20 million. Some opt for an additional 5 million for a total of 25. So if it's a claims made coverage, it goes to this policy that when the claim is made. So you may have more coverage available to you that you didn't have when the incident took place. And I will tell you, I've met with underwriters, Bride and I both have, with our various insurance companies and reinsurance companies, and they'll just simply ask, like, why don't you want everything to be claims made? I will tell you, insurance companies love claims made policies. The reason that they love claims made policies is that if the claim wasn't filed during the policy period, they get to close it out and they never have to reopen that year from an underwriting actuarial standpoint. It's done. On an occurrence-based policy, if somebody files the claim 3 years later, or if it's a minor who's, let's say, 3 years old at the time of the auto accident, they have until they're 21 in the state of Washington to file their claim. So you could pay and settle every claim for that year, and then all of a sudden, little Johnny or little Susie pops up, they're just about to turn 21, and they file a lawsuit. Now you've got to go back and open up your finance books from the year that the accident happened and address the claim. And whatever coverages were in place at that time is what's going to govern the claim. One thing to note is that if you change from a claims made to an occurrence-based policy, or from an occurrence-based policy to a claims made, you could have a coverage gap. Because if we switch January 1 of 2026, we go claims made, right? And I say that because we did for sex abuse and molestation coverage at the risk pool. If somebody files the claim, if the incident that took place happens after 1/1/26 and filed during 2026, the 2026 policy applies. If the incident that happens took place in any year, 25 or behind, the claims made coverage says, yeah, the claim was made during this policy period, but we weren't in force at that time. You need to go to whatever coverage you had, which was occurrence-based. So there wouldn't be the gap in coverage. But if you go the other way around, where it's going from claims made to occurrence, they're going to say the occurrence happened back there last year, and this isn't a claims made coverage, so you can't turn it in today. So be cognizant of that when you talk about, we'll talk about on the certificate of insurance, what kind of coverage do they have right now? What kind of insurance are you requiring in the contract? And if that's why you'll see typically in a contract, it says you can't alter, change, cancel any of your insurance without giving us 30 days notice. It's a typical provision in contracts. The reason for that is that if you're going to change to a claims made policy or an occurrence based policy, we need to know, because we need to know, are we going to then negotiate and require that you have an extending reported period like Bryden was talking about, that policy will accept claims into the future. So again, something to be aware of. And if something doesn't make sense, ask the question, right? We're not expecting anybody to be insurance experts. But if it's something that just doesn't seem like it makes sense or doesn't look right, ask the question, and then you'll get the answer, and then you can make your decisions to move forward.
So this is an insuring agreement for a claims made policy. So we shall pay on your behalf damages and claim expenses in excess of the deductible resulting from any covered claim that is first made against you during the policy period. And this is, like Chuck said, this is like a typical, if you go scroll through your auto policy, just for a bit of light reading on the weekend, however you enjoy the weekend. This is what you'll find. This is common for an auto policy. Endorsements. We kind of already talked about endorsements, waiver of subrogation, some other endorsements, additional insured endorsement, but just be aware of what endorsements can do to your coverage. They can reduce your limits. So you may be reading a policy, but you don't realize there's an endorsement that's actually reducing the coverage that's in that policy. So it's important to look at the endorsements. They can also change who is an insured, like an additional insured endorsement, right? They can change what is covered or excluded. They can add exclusions, or they can eliminate exclusions. So they can broaden your coverage, or they can restrict your coverage. They can also change deductibles, which is important, right? That's how much money you have out of pocket, right? Common examples of some endorsements you may see: professional services, employment practices, special event participant. We see this a lot with our counties and fairs, different events going on at the fairgrounds, liquor liability. Yeah, you might have an event where liquor is going to be sold. That would be an endorsement you might find in the policy then.
And what you'll see, if there's an endorsement, I mean, again, we all get the mailers from our insurance company to say, please read, this may alter or change the coverages. If you get a copy of an insurance policy, like a general liability policy from someone you're contracting with, endorsements in your typical ISO, which is Insurance Services Organization, they issue boilerplate policies, right? So a lot of insurance companies kind of follow those, but they may tailor those. And the reason that happens, and the reason you have endorsements, is that State Farm, Allstate, Geico, Progressive, doesn't matter which company you put out there, they're not going to sit there and write a policy and with different endorsements that apply to Bryden, and mine's going to be different, yours is different, his is different. They're not doing that when they have millions and millions of policyholders. So what do? They say, here's our base policy that covers whatever it covers. And then because you live in Washington, these endorsements apply, or you live in Oregon, these endorsements apply, and they'll send those to you as changes are made, changes in the law, court decision cases are changed. You'll get those endorsements. Now, when you're looking at a contract and you're saying, hey, I'd like a copy of your certificate, I'd like a copy of your coverages, endorsements are typically numbered, and it may be alphabetical, or they're going to be indexed, alphabetical or numerical, and they will be in the back. The reason they're in the back is that you may read from the first page to the back and go, okay, well, this is covered. Okay, that's covered. Oh, these are the limits. Oh, that's the deductible. That all makes sense. Then you get to the back and go, no, it's not, or it's changed. So they don't intermix endorsements in the center of a policy. It's not meant to be hide and seek, but something to look at when you're looking through endorsements. You'll see it on the back. Some of the endorsements that we've seen over the last few years, pollution endorsements for exclusions of pollution. Because we deal with law enforcement, we see a cannabis exclusion. COVID brought us communicable disease exclusions in insurance policies because it wasn't there before. Now we have COVID. So all of the insurers came to us and said, hey, by the way, we're changing the coverage and we're eliminating any coverage for any liability for a communicable disease. And we can't change that. So then we had to follow suit with that. Now we have flexibility as a risk pool because we have a large deductible or self-insured retention. So we were able to offer coverage to our members with our own money because it's within our deductible. So we were able to do that. Not every insurance company can do that. So that's one main difference between risk pools and insurance, is that there's flexibility to be nimble on coverages. So again, the point being, the endorsements change or alter coverage, pay attention to them, and they're typically in the back. So we'll talk about insurance requirements.
So this is just a rough idea of some of the things that are covered under each of these types of insurance: general liability, state and federal claims, law enforcement, road maintenance, auto liability. We all know what's covered under that, right? It's covered vehicles, drivers, professional liability. This is personal injury for wrongful acts, and professional liability is E&O. You might see it, errors and omissions coverage. You might see it for something that is very technical, like an architect contract, right? or maybe medical services or some other type of technical type of contract you'll see it for. Contractual liability, we already kind of discussed that. Property insurance, that's a first party coverage that covers your property if something were to happen to it. Cyber, first and third party, data breach, and then workers' comp, injury to contractor's own employees, right? Your own employees.
And these are requirements that you may require in a contract. So we wanted to be aware just of different types of things depending on the contract and what you're contracting for, what types of insurance. If you're contracting for, cyber and it's all remote, then do you care if they have auto liability coverage? Probably not, because they're not going to, unless they're going to come out on site and they're going to drive around, then it's an issue. But if you're dealing with a software company that's back east or not even in the US and it's all virtual and remote, then you don't need to worry about that in the insurance contract. So this is a guide that it's intended to just be a guide. But what we wanted to do, especially for our member counties, and we're in the process of updating this, but it's what we have in place for now. What we're looking at is different types of activities for a risk analysis and what type of coverages and coverage limits should apply. So as you look through this, again, reading top to bottom, left to right, we have advertising publication. So if we're contracting with somebody for advertising, we want to see $1 million. All this is in millions. Is $1 million in general liability. We want them to have the statutory workers' comp coverage. We really don't need anything else. But if you go down to construction remodeling, we want $5 million in general liability. We want $1 million plus in auto liability, because if the contractors are there, what are they going to be doing? They're going to be driving to the job site with their equipment, with materials. And the last thing we want is them to not secure a load with an excavator and it fall off and crush a car, right? So we want you to have sufficient limits for that. Statutory workers' comp, $1 million plus in errors and omissions. Oh, that was supposed to have a beam? We thought a stud would work, and guess what? It collapsed. Builder's risk, a pollution liability. What if they do something, it's got asbestos and they didn't do the testing, they didn't do the remediation? We want them to be responsible for that. When we talk about builder's risk, that again is a specific coverage to construction projects, and that covers buildings under construction. So typically, if you go to build a new house, right, you buy a piece of ground, you get your builder, and you're going to build a house. As soon as they break ground and you have all of your lumber package there, your truss package, but it's not in the form of your house yet, it's just sitting there, that's a building under construction. Your homeowner's policy won't cover that. You'll need a builder's risk policy. So when you talk to your insurance agent and say, hey, I'm building a house, they're going to go, great. How long is it going to, what's your schedule? Like, how big of a house you building, blah, blah, blah. How much money is the house going to cost? Who's your builder? And how long is this going to take? Hey, I think we're going to be done in a year. Great. I'm going to spend $500,000 building a house. Great. Get a builder's risk policy for the $500,000. So if somebody shows up and steals all the wiring or steals all of your lumber package, or you have a fire, you have coverage for that building that is under construction, but it's not a completed house yet. Typically, once you get the certificate of occupancy and your final building permit inspection, then it transfers from builder's risk to homeowners. Or in the case of a county building, transfers from building under construction to a completed building that we cover under the property program. This is not the end all say all. This is a recommendation and all dependent on what it is that you're doing, right? If you're looking at a specific contract or a specific activity, and you go, man, $1 million, like I can see some really bad things happening. And, we see the news, we see verdicts in the paper, we see court cases that are going on, and you go, there's the possibility that something bad could happen here. I want higher insurance limits. That's okay. That's part of the negotiation. This is just intended to be, hey, these are some recommendations so that you don't get caught with somebody going, well, I'm going to limit my liability to the value of the contract. No, wait a second. We need at least $1 million, $5 million, whatever it may be. But it's, again, a guideline. It's not an end all say all.
We had a county recently ask us, here's our project. How much do we need insurance limits? We're like, okay, well, you give us some more information about what's going on. They had a courthouse that was completely made out of concrete back in like 1940. Well, not the courthouse, excuse me. The jail was built on top of the courthouse back in 1940. And they want to totally remove that jail from the courthouse. I'm like, holy cow, what? I don't even know how you could start removing a solid concrete box from a courthouse. And what could go wrong there, right? Like thousands of pounds of concrete above the courthouse being somehow removed with a crane, or I don't know. So that's what Chuck was talking about. It's important to talk through those things, do the risk assessment, figure out, okay, how are they going to do this? What is the risk? And do a full assessment before you make a decision on what limits you need.
My question number one on that was, are they just taking it with a jackhammer and throwing it over the side of the building?
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So we had those conversations, but then we also had conversations. Hey, are you going to do this at night, or are they going to have court right below us? And next thing you know, there's a guy with a jackhammer standing in the courtroom because he just fell through the ceiling.
The judges weren't very happy about that. I'll just say that.
Yes. There was a question here. Would consulting services, say policy advisors, fall under miscellaneous services or professional services? I would say consulting is going to fall under the professional services, and the coverage then you're looking for is errors and omissions, E&O or professional liability coverage. So good question.
So this graph just illustrates the cost of insurance over a period of time. So you talk about insurance requirements. We talk about $1 million often, right? That's kind of the standard. $1 million, maybe $2 million aggregate, right? So this shows $1 million in 1960 adjusted for inflation. And this is only to 2022. It's not to current, right? And we know what happened from during COVID, right? Inflation went crazy. So $10 million, the point of this is $10 million in limits may not go as far as you think. That's why we're updating our insurance requirements. And a lot of our recommendations now are too on different types of things.
How many of you have seen a headline? Those it doesn't matter. You've seen a headline that says Spokane jury gave $42 million verdict. Would it surprise? What's that? Yes, and it was a sex abuse case. It was $42 million. It was 6 months ago in September. Earlier last summer, we talk about verdicts. We talk about nuclear verdicts, which is anything over 10 million, and we talk about thermonuclear verdicts, which is over 100 million. And we are in those times. There was a case that we used to say that Western Washington and Eastern Washington were totally separate with juries and jury verdicts. You can't say that anymore. I have my own reasons why, but anyways, point being, a Yakima County jury gave a UPS driver for a wrongful termination discrimination case was $243 million to come out of Eastern Washington, and that was this last summer. It was appealed. I don't know what the final settlement was out of it, but what I can tell you is that it was a monster verdict that came out of it. So when we talk about what's $1 million in 1960 versus $1 million in 2022, we're also talking about the insurance limits, because juries have given some crazy verdicts, as well as settlements. Because of the business that we're in, LA County settled almost 7,000 sex abuse cases for $4.8 billion. Average $575,000 per claimant/plaintiff. We are talking big dollars with some of these claims and lawsuits. So how much pushback are you getting from contractors about raising commercial general liability from 1 to 2 or 2 to 4 in contracts?
I mean, I would just say that it's case by case as far as what we recommend, but we do get pushback, right? And like we talked about previously, they'll give an excuse like, oh, well, we can't get that from our insurance company, right? Well, okay, well, maybe we need to have a talk with your insurance company. Maybe we can come to some compromise, right? So there's negotiation in that as well. So you can't do 2 million. What can you do? Can you get an umbrella policy? So that's another way to get the insurance limits we're looking for. It's typically a cheaper way to get it. And that's a compromise, right? If they can't get the 2.
And one of the things I will say when we talk about that question and a lot of the pushback, where are you at geographically, right? How many contractors or vendors are in that business space in your area? So if you're on the I-5 corridor and you need somebody to do something, getting $2 or $4 million of insurance is not as bad. Okanagan County has the most road miles of any county in our state. You can literally take 2.5 hours to drive from one end of the county to the other. And if you're on one end of the county to the other, you may not get anybody out there, right? So you're probably dealing with somebody, you know, a family-owned business versus some of the major construction companies that we see. And they can't afford it. It's not cost effective. That is a reality. And so that's when it comes back to making an informed decision on what makes sense given the totality of the circumstances. Because there is no one size fits all. There's a lot of gray area and there's a lot of negotiation. But again, once you know, if you're informed and you know what the risks are, you're going to have more skin in the game. You're going to manage the risk better than just going, oh, okay, well, I'm dealing with, you know, doing this road project and I've got active construction and active, they've got, you know, a bankroll size triple extra large. They've got plenty of insurance limits. I have no concerns that if something bad happens, they'll be able to pay for it. All dependent on all of those factors as to how you assess, is this a good idea or not?
All right, certificates. We've talked a little bit about this, and later on in the presentation, you actually see a certificate and we'll walk through it. But so what is a certificate? It's an evidence that it's evidence that insurance exists. But like I said, it's a snapshot in time. It is not a guaranteed. What they are not. So it's not any sort of contractual agreement, right? It's not the contract. It's a description of the types of insurance that they have, right? You may see general liability, workers' comp, all those types of coverages listed.
And this will go through, we're showing the entire certificate, but we're going to break it down as we go through.
So again, things to look out for. Just kind of going, I always read documents top to bottom, left to right, but one of the first things that stands out to me is the date. So the date in the upper right. You want to just pay close attention to that, right? Because you don't want a certificate that's 2 years old. Sometimes they do that. They'll pull out certificates that who knows when they got them, right? Out of nowhere. Who the producer is, who the broker is, who the insured is. And then as you're going through, you'll want to look at insurer A, insurer B. They may have multiple insurance companies that are involved, right? That's pretty common if you have like maybe a big company that you're contracting with. They might use multiple insurance companies.
And we see that a lot, especially when you get into large insurance limits. There may be an insurance company that says, hey, I only provide coverage up to $1 million. And then an insurance company B goes, well, I'll go from $1 million to $3 million. And then insurance company C is like, well, I'll go from 3 to 10. So don't be concerned if there's multiple insurers there. What you're wanting to see there is how do they fit into the puzzle? We call it an insurance tower when we're talking about multiple insurers with multiple limits. So you want to see and understand the tower. But just because somebody has a lot of insurance companies, that doesn't mean anything. And I say that because if you were to look at, and I don't even know, I think the number's 27, might be 29. That's how many insurers that we have that are covering our county property program. We have $4.3 billion worth of county properties that are insured. And we have we call it a quilt, because literally it's like, I'll take 7% of the first 5 million. Well, I'll take 3.5% of the next 5 million. I mean, literally it is like playing Jenga. And I am so glad that our brokers have to deal with it and make the quilt complete, because I don't want to do it. And it's very confusing, but it does come up that you have multiple insurers.
Not a new question.
Oh, no. Okay. No other questions.
This next part, coverages. So we talked about this a little bit, but you'll see on the left types of coverage. And just notice too, we already talked about this, how important this is. Is it claims made or is it occurrence? So you want to know that, right? Because in your contract, maybe you're requiring occurrence, but they have a claims made policy. So that's something to pay close attention to. The policy number, as you're going from left to right, the policy number, the policy effective date, you want to pay attention to that, obviously. And then what the limits are. And I can't tell you how many times we're asked to review member county contracts, and then they send us the certificate of insurance, and they don't have the limits that are required in the contract. So that is really, really, really important.
Absolutely. And when we talk about the limits, when you look under the third block down on the left-hand side, it talks about excess liability, occurrence based. So this coverage is saying that I have $1 million in each occurrence. The very top is commercial general liability. It's an occurrence based policy. Shows our effective dates. Each occurrence $1 million. Damage to rented premises 300,000. No coverage for medical expenses, advertising injury, products completed liability. All fine and well. Their auto is a combined single limit. So what you'll typically see with auto insurance, and most of us in here probably do not have a combined single limit, but some might. Typically you see 50, 100, 50, or 100, 300, 100, 250, 500, 100. What that is saying is that that is your auto liability limits for each person that you're liable to, and then the total. So if I have a 250, 500, 100 policy, I have $250,000 coverage for any one person. I have $500,000 for the entire accident. Doesn't matter if I hit a car with one person, well, two people, because the one person can only get up to 250. But if there's two or more people or a school bus, I've got 500,000. And then that third number, that 100, that's the property damage liability. So I could hit someone and have 250, 500, but you know what? I hit a Prius. Okay. Hey, I just hit a brand new Ferrari. I got a problem, right? Or it could have a problem. So pay attention to that. Combined single limit doesn't matter how many people are in the other vehicle in an auto loss. It's just you have combined single limit of $1 million for auto liability. So if I hit a Ferrari and don't hurt anybody, I've got $1 million. If there's, well, I don't know if you can fit 4 people in a Ferrari. You might, but let's say that you hit a brand new Tesla, or pick the car, doesn't matter.
Cybertruck.
Cybertruck. You know, over $100,000, but your combined single limit applies. So if there's injuries and property damage, you have $1 million. If the total of all of that is more than $1 million, you don't have enough insurance. So something to be cognizant of on limits: are they split limits? Are they combined single limits? But the other point I wanted to make is on each occurrence. But then we talk about under the excess liability, the third block down, policy, each occurrence, there's $2 million coverage. Right below that, it says aggregate. Pay attention to aggregate, because that means no matter how many claims you have, that's the most we're going to pay. So in this case, if you have one $3 million claim, so that you exhaust the $1 million per occurrence commercial general liability, and you exhaust the $2 million per occurrence on the excess liability policy, so $3 million, that's gone. It's out the window. You have another accident, the commercial general liability is a per occurrence coverage, so there's $1 million per occurrence. But guess what? The aggregate limit on the umbrella policy has now been exhausted, so it no longer is valid. It does not exist, even though it says the coverages are there. That is important when we're talking about contracts with people. Ask the question, do you have any claims that are open? Have you had any claims during this policy period? Because they may show you a certificate of insurance that says, I've got $5 million in coverage and I've got a $10 million aggregate limit for my liability coverage. That's awesome. But if you've had $10 million in claims that I don't know about, you really don't have insurance. Now, again, the reason that's an example, we had a fatality in a corrections facility. We thought that they had $2 million on their underlying plus a $5 million umbrella. Well, what we didn't know about is all the claims that they had. So when we showed up at the mediation, they had $482,000 left on their policy. That was it. The rest then falls back to who? Us. In this case, the county / the risk pool. That can happen to you and your agency as well. If you don't pay attention, if it says anything about aggregate limits, ask the question, have you had any claims? Because that's going to erode any coverages that might be available.
Speaking of that too, we actually had a jail medical services provider go bankrupt and basically say, we can't pay any more claims. So it's really, really important, depending on what you're contracting for, to pay attention to that. Description of the operation. All right. You want to go into your case study?
No, we will. Oh. So the bottom part here is who's the certificate holder. That's intended for who are we issuing this certificate of insurance for. So if you're a city, then it should say your city right there. It's who the certificate was for. If you ask for a certificate of insurance and it doesn't have you listed in there, I'd question it, right? because they may have just gone to their file cabinet and go, well, I've got the certificate and it was for whatever. Here you go. I have coverage. Well, that doesn't quite fly. Now, we're about 40 minutes left. We're going to abbreviate the case study part of this. And the reason for that, we wanted to spend more time on the insurance side, the contract side, because that's what's most applicable to you guys, right? But with that, any questions that anybody has? Yes.
This is a question from online. We're wondering if you guys have a resource or if there's a resource available that's like a summarized checklist for if this is all new to you and you're learning a lot today. It's always nice to have a checklist to go through just to make sure we're checking all the boxes we should be.
We use a variety of different resources. We as a pool have a contracts manual. It's out. Our contracts manual is outdated. It's from 2016. So we have a new one we've been trying to get it out and get it published. We're in the final stages of publishing a new one. I would ask if you're part of a risk pool or whoever your insurance broker is, I would ask them if they have something similar, because our insurance broker created our contracts manual and with our input. So yeah, I think that is a good resource.
And if you're with an entity that you just purchase insurance, then have your risk manager or whoever that deals with the insurance company or the broker, ask them, because they may have some resources that are available to you that most wouldn't know about. But I know we have a couple of questions, so. Bryden, you
Yeah,
can
go ahead. Yep. Do you want to? Oh, you and Mike. Can't hear you.
Go ahead.
This is Stacia with the Liquor and Cannabis Board. So on that, I don't work there anymore, but I was at DES and they do have a checklist for this. I was just remembering going through it all. And you could have like a whole staff member dedicated to it because it's a lot to check off, but they might still have one that they can share and I can ask.
And AI might be your friend on that, but I would say trust but verify that too.
Okay, this is Shree. I work for Tacoma School District. So on that certificate holder for public works, it's always required, but I don't know that we've always required it on like professional liability or other consultant services. Are you guys saying it should also be on those? We also have a risk pool, right? The school district risk pool.
I would say you get pushback on professional liability. A professional liability, they will not add you as an additional insured. I think a certificate just showing they have insurance, I don't think that should be an issue because it's not giving you any rights. So they should be able to provide that. But yeah, the additional insured, you're going to get pushback for sure.
This is Alice. I work for Department of Health. Two questions. One, I didn't hear you say anything about an endorsement. And a few years ago or so, best practice was to always request the endorsement with the certificate. Is that still?
Oh, you're talking about the additional insured endorsement? Yes. Yeah, you want to see that, definitely.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then you being from the county risk pool, we do have a lot of members, school districts, ports, other special districts, state agencies. Are there comparable risk pools for those others? I know there's school district because I used to use them, but what about the others like special districts and things? Because we have a lot of members who are different.
Absolutely. And the answer to that is yes. I mean, there's a slew of risk pools in the state of Washington. For counties, there's two. There's us and one other county in Eastern Washington. There's schools risk pools. Special districts, fire districts, in Durham is probably the biggest risk pool for them.
We have some questions in the chat, so I wanted to make sure that we address their questions too. So Jason asks a question for the presenters. Would consulting services, say policy advisors, fall under miscellaneous services or professional services other than medical or design?
I thought we already answered that. I thought professional.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, they answered
Yeah.
these?
I think
Okay.
there's some further down though, I think.
How much pushback are you getting from, is this
Oh,
one
no, we already
answered?
answered that. Yep.
Okay. What about this one from Faith? Should the contractor have a different insurance certificate for each contract? if they have multiple contracts with us?
Oh, that's actually, that's a
good
question we
question.
haven't gotten before.
Yeah.
So if the contractor, if we've got multiple contracts with them, should they have a different certificate of insurance? Yes, I would say yes. And here's the reason why that I say yes, or the first one that comes to my mind. What's their renewal date and what is your contract date? So if their renewal date is February 1st and you entered into a contract in January and you're going to enter in one in February and then various other times throughout the year, they may change their coverages. So you'll want one for each contract for the snapshot in time for what do you have today. So that's a good question. So yes, don't reuse it and just copy it and put it in the next contract. Get another one from them because they may switch insurers as well.
Just one question. With regard to the aggregate situation on the COIs, is it if it's like a $2 million aggregate and they still have 2 years left, whatever, but then they really only have $500,000 left, is it like will the insurance company reprint that for the company? And is there there's no legal standing, like we just deducting it, showing what's remaining, and like that seems like it's not reasonable.
So the insurance company will, every time you have a claim, won't reissue you a certificate to say what's left. So what's your solution? What's your remedy? It's actually a really good question. Ask for a loss run from their insurer. So you can contact their broker and say, hey, just like if you go from one insurance company to another, that underwriter with the new insurance company, there's a lot of data out in the internet space that a lot of things are reported. Like you go get your oil change, it's reported to Carfax. You go to get insurance and they're like, hey, we see that you had work done on your car or you were involved in an accident, whatever it may be. But we don't always have access to those resources. And we're not reporting it to our, and even if you reported it to us to the risk pool, we'd be like, we don't have access to that. But what they will ask for, if you go to switch from one insurer to another, they're going to say, we need a loss history from your current insurance company before we'll consider this quote to be good or we'll bind coverage, whatever it may be. So you can ask for that. Again, it's a trust but verify, especially if it's high dollars and if something went horrible and went bad, do you or your agency have the financial wherewithal to handle it and move forward with life? If the answer to that is this would crush us budgetarily, then I would verify everything within reason, right? Everything has to be reasonable and making decisions. But that is the information is available from their insurance company. And then if they hand that to you and they go, okay, well, you have 3 claims, but they won't tell you what the dollar amount was. Now you got to ask another question. What was this? What happened? What happened on this date? What happened on that date? And verify the information. I'm currently in the process of changing insurance companies. And when my history came up, it's like, wait a second. Do you think I wrecked a car on July 3rd and July 7th? Like somebody's got their dates wrong. Well, I'll tell you what date that this happened, that somebody hit my truck in the Lowe's parking lot and it was July 3rd. But their records wanted to look at it like I had 2 claims. And so I would possibly be charged accordingly for that when I really only had 1 claim. So it's a good tool to verify and have that conversation. And again, if the conversation is, I don't know what that claim was, or I don't know what was paid out, tell them you need to contact your insurance company and I need to see what was paid. What were the financials on that claim? It's available to the insured. They can get it. So they may have to jump through hoops, but that's life sometimes.
This question comes from online and is definitely not my own stupid question. It's definitely from someone online. It's actually my question. But I had you convinced for a minute. I am just wondering, I don't know how to ask this eloquently. If you have a contractor or a consultant or someone who you have a multi-year contract with, and let's say your tracking system isn't great for COIs and your COI expires on July the 1st, Canada Day, and then and then something bad happens on September 1st, do you not have coverage because you don't have an active COI?
No, so the certificate of insurance does not guarantee, reduce, restrict, exclude coverage. It is just a snapshot in time of what coverages you have right now, assuming that they're still in force. Now, and we do have a lot of our counties, we have multi-year contracts with people. Make sure in the contract that it says that you've got to provide us every renewal date. And again, have the contract language that says, if you want to make a change to your insurance, change companies, change limits, anything along those lines, you've got to give us 30 days notice. Otherwise, they're in breach of contract. So you want to make sure that you're constantly reviewing those contracts, reviewing those certificates, making sure you have the ones that are up to date. The unfortunate reality is that yes, some of the tracking systems are antiquated. And I don't know how many contracts that you guys are dealing with, so I don't even know if it's reasonably possible. But if it was something that was on my radar like all year long, then there would probably be a calendar message for me on my Outlook calendar, if you use Outlook, to say certificate of insurance for ABC, to remind myself, because if trusting your software program, if there's a problem with it, it may go undetected, and the last thing that you want to have happen is no insurance or a change in the insurance should something bad happen. Because people change insurance. Insurance companies don't want to be in this space anymore. We see that on the public entity space, where an insurer that we're working with today for reinsurance or excess insurance decides, hey, you know what? We're taking a bath and we're not having a good experience and making any money here. So we're going to pull out, or we're going to reduce the amount of coverage that we offer to public entities. Well, you wouldn't know that. I will, as far as, because I'm the one buying the insurance. So you'll want to just verify that. But yeah, it can be difficult. It can be tricky. So
Chuck and I were trying to get to the ORV park.
ORV park.
ORV.
Yes.
We like our acronyms. I'm sure it stands for
Off-road
something.
vehicle.
Oh, there you go.
So, and what we'll do, so the point of this, and again, normally when Brad and I do this training, it's a little bit longer. And again, I know that we're standing between you and lunch. But what the point is to go through the contract, give you time, and that takes a while to go through. So what I'm going to try to do and still make sense of the totality of everything is we'll talk through the contract, right? So the county owns a large parcel that they've been leasing out to a third party who operates an off-road vehicle ORV park. This is a real story. Doesn't matter which county it is.
Don't Google it.
Yes. It's Washougal and Clark. No, I'm kidding. There's several miles of ORV trails, wooded areas, a couple of circular race tracks with whoops and jumps, a camping area, lots of spectators. Liquor will be served during events. Some races are even sanctioned by the National Racing Associations. The contract is up for renewal. It's been provided to you for review prior to BOCC for us as Board of County Commissioners. Approval, you've been asked to bring forward any concerns you have and questions that should be addressed, okay? So when we talk about the contract, we're not to these questions yet, so we'll go through the contract. But what in this little scenario of an ORV park with miles of trails, circular race tracks, jumps, camping, spectators, liquor, races, sanctioned vehicle racing, does any of that sound like there might be a risk and a danger? There's
Don't
good
do
time
it.
had by all. The last thing that you want to see is the guy going, hold my beer, while he gets on his motorcycle, right?
Don't do it.
Or the race. Absolutely. So when we talk about the contract, I said it here. It's in the packet of information. I'm gonna set the microphone. I don't remember which. It's the very back. Oops. The case study. So it's the very last attachment. But here's what the point of this exercise would be. And again, if you feel free, if you want to look through it on your own at a later time. Again, another cure for insomnia. I will tell you, in my 25 years of being in insurance claims, I've had one person on a Saturday that actually called me and said, I'm reading my insurance policy, and does it really say this? My first question is what else do you do in life? Because Saturday and you're reading your insurance policy. Hopefully it was none of you. And it was 23 years ago. So, anyways, it stood out because it's only happened once in my career. But when we're talking about the contract, what we're looking for is what are things that we do like. Not all contracts are bad, and they don't start out bad. They may start out with really good intentions and really good language, but there may be parts that we question. So that's why it would be question 2, what are some things we don't like? And 3, what questions do you have for the department head or for the leasee? That's basically, you're the risk manager, you're reviewing this. What questions would you have with the scenario of an ORV park and races and liquor liability and camping and so on? So the contract goes on to say that September of 2012, the parties execute an initial agreement. It's attached as Exhibit 1. So what you probably do there is go to Exhibit 1, see what we agreed to in 2012, and see then what are we looking at changing. The parties acknowledge that at the date of execution of this agreement, all in-ground and above-ground structures and infrastructure are operational. Okay? Maybe we want to go look at that, right? If we haven't seen this property for a while, let's take a drive out and see what it looks like. The parties seek to extend the amendment and modify the provisions. Now, therefore, pursuant to the amendment provisions in the agreement and consideration of mutual promises contained herein, the parties agree to the follows. So they talk about definitions. So it's defining what is infrastructure, what is the premises, what is a structure. Use of the premises. We're talking about the use of the premises, that the leasee shall have exclusive use of the premises for the following business motorsports complex. That includes 5 miles of bike trails, more than 100 miles of trails within state land, 150 acres of open riding, 1 motocross track, an 1/8 mile flat track, off-road courses, sand drag strip, kids mini motorcycle course, campsites, meeting call restrooms with showers, concessions, covered grandstands. So basically we have a fully operational park that we're leasing it, right? As we work through this contract, we're talking about what all is going to be there. So now your mind should switch to risk management. What bad could happen? Okay, well, we're racing vehicles. That always has room for injury. We've got a campground that's got showers, concessions, and restrooms. Unfortunately, this is where the part that we have to play devil's advocate and think like the society's worst individuals that we hope never happen, but they do, right? And that's something that, you know, Brian and I deal with all the time, especially in corrections facilities, where you can have the worst of the worst. Not all inmates are bad. I'm not saying that or implying that in any way, shape, or form, but sometimes bad things happen. And what we've seen, and it's due to the state of Washington changing the legislation on the statute of limitations for juvenile sex abuse cases, we have claims now from every decade from the 1970s to now. Okay. So whenever we talk about, you know, a campground and restroom facilities and shower facilities, do we have somebody monitoring this? Is somebody checking on it? Is there security? How do we know what's going on? Because again, we think of what's the worst case scenario that somebody could sue us for, and how do we then manage that risk? Do we hire somebody to be security, or do we require in the contract, because we just own the property and we're leasing it to you, do we force you to have somebody, a campsite manager? Who's collecting all of the money? Now, we don't care about you making money in your business and if somebody's stealing from you, but we care that rent's paid. And we care about, do you have insurance? But we also want to make sure that there's no possible way that somebody could get into a liability claim against us. So as we skim through the contract, we talk about the payment. That doesn't matter. When a contract says obligations of the county, and you're the county, probably want to read that. What is it that we're agreeing to? And it says section 13C is amended in its entirety, which means amended in its entirety. So that means take 13C in the original contract, throw it away. It doesn't exist anymore. Provide technical information concerning the facility. What does that mean? We're going to provide technical. Are we going to tell you how to design a racetrack? Are we going to tell you, hey, you should put campers over there and face them west because the rain and the water and the wind comes from the south? Like, what does that mean? Technical information. 13D is added. Provided that the leasee meets all permit requirements and operating in good standing with Washington State Department of Health codes, the county shall perform water sampling and testing. Okay, so now we're agreeing to it. So how are we making sure that we're doing the water sampling and testing? And do we want to be the ones that are taking the water samples? It may not be a big thing, but it's something that has to be done. So fine. 13C is added to read. And when I say it's added, I mean it didn't exist in the original contract. Where a structure or infrastructure has lost its essential function due to the passage of time, failed, the county shall make efforts to obtain grant funding to repair or replace the failed structure or infrastructure. If the county is unable to obtain grant funding, then the county may at its sole discretion provide other funding for or perform repair or replacement of the failed structure or infrastructure. Any concerns with that? Because who's going to do the grant work and search for it? So am I binding some other department to, hey, you need to find grant funding? And oh, by the way, if you can't, then at our sole discretion, we're going to fix it ourselves, or we're going to pay to have it fixed. Or we might not do anything. But now here's the thing. We're leasing you the property and you're running a business. If I act or don't act, am I now creating a situation where I'm liable for you and your business because I don't do anything, that infrastructure fails? And the infrastructure talked about bridges, roadways, things like that on the property. If that fails and somebody's hurt, what are you going to do if you're the leasee? You're going to go, contract says your problem. You agreed to do it or fix it yourself, and you didn't. So don't sue me, sue the county, because this wasn't done correctly and I'm not obligated to be the one to do it. So we're always looking for, what are we obligating ourselves to do? So that would be a hard pass for us if we were to look at this and talk to our county and be like, you don't want to do this. Like, if there's a problem, maybe they need to bring it to you to notify you that there's a problem, but maybe that is terms to end the contract. Like, we need to shut this down until this is fixed. And if we can't afford to fix it and it's our property, then it's shut down. It may be it's our property, you're leasing it as is. If it fails, it's on you to fix it. And if you don't want to operate your business, so be it. Don't rent our property. Obligations of the leasee, yes, they matter. I'm simplifying this for time, of what the leasee is obligated to do in the contract. But one of the biggest things that we talk about is, yeah, they have the plan of operation. They'll cooperate with the county and make active efforts to implement a plan of operation, and a county ORV park plan is in effect. So, okay, they're agreeing that they're going to do that. We should probably check to make sure that it's happening. They're going to provide caretaker services. Awesome. So now we've got somebody that's there on the premises. We're good with that. We want to lease, so we want waivers. That's all, hey, we're racing motorcycles here, right? Or ORVs. So part D, they'll ensure all persons entering or remaining on the premises, included but not limited to spectators, participants, riders, campers, sign appropriate waivers of liability and parental permission forms. Leasee shall name the county on all release and waiver forms. That sounds wonderful. Is there a problem with it? What's that? Not very specific. Here's the problem with it from our standpoint. Is that in Washington, minors can't enter in a contract and waive liability, and parents by law can't waive the rights of someone else, of your kids. So that waiver that you just had them sign that says, hey, little Johnny or little Susie's great, good to go, I'm good with it. Little Johnny and little Susie are not bound by that waiver of liability. So if they get hurt, they have until their 21st birthday to sue you. So waivers are neat, keeps the honest people honest, might prevent 70% of the claims, but it is not a complete defense to say, yeah, you got hurt. I'm sorry. That's horrible. You got hurt. You signed this waiver. And they go, yeah, but I was 12. So it doesn't matter.
And if there's a serious injury, you can bet that they're going to talk to an attorney too. And their attorney's going to say that waiver is not valid. You have a question?
My kid's at a trampoline park.
Yep. Same one.
Yep.
And for those that didn't hear, there was a trampoline park example.
I understand that portions of this are an actual commercial operation, so that would make sense. Where does the recreational immunity come in, like on the campground side, or do you lose that when you start charging for them to camp? So you've lost your recreational immunity
Potentially. So
potentially.
recreational immunity does come into play. There are some, I don't know all of it. I have to look at the statute, but there are things like if you charge a fee for people to use your park, no recreational immunity would apply. Um, if, um, that's a good question. I would have to look that one up as far as parking. But the typical ones that we see is that if you control hours of operations, open and close, and you charge a fee, those are the two big ones that typically get you kicked out of recreational immunity. So it's not a defense for you anymore. So it's something to be cognizant of if it's in the situation of a park for the county or a city that, hey, do we have, and this is working with your legal department, hey, this is what we want to do. This is a great idea. We think it's the best thing since sliced bread. Legal, what are your concerns? And they should be the ones telling you, hey, if you're going to charge a fee, we lose this immunity. So do we really need to charge that fee? We're going to open it from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Do you really need to do that? You may lose your immunity. And I should say, on any of these cases, I will say may, because at the end of the day, the courts are going to rule that decision. If everybody lived life like Chuck, then Chuck would be the only happy one. But anyways, so it is something to look into and talk to your legal department. When we talk about, we're now on page 407, item 10, insurance. The leasee shall procure, maintain for the duration of the agreement, again, for the duration of the agreement, insurance against all claims for injuries to persons, property damage, which may arise in connection with the leasee's operation of the premises. Operation liability insurance. The leasee shall at their own cost and expense deliver the county a certified copy of a broad form general liability that complies with the following requirements. And there are a lot of requirements here that can't remember if these, oops, sorry. Talks about, combined single limit for general liability of $2 million. Participant accident coverage for those participants, $50,000. Death and dismemberment, loss of sight, $25,000 in coverage. Maximum deductible or self-insured retention of $250,000. Again, and it lists out all of the insurance requirements. If we're taking the time to list all of this out, all of that is on your certificate of insurance. Check the two documents together to make sure that they all check together. As we're looking through, when we talk about coverage, now skipping away from the contract, when we talk about coverage, we're looking for exclusions. Liability coverage does not apply to certain municipal activities arising out of public housing authority. Now, these are exclusions that are in our coverage documents, so they may not apply to you with your risk pool or your insurance, but these are some common exclusions. Activities of a public transit authority. Why? There's other coverages that are available. Ferry systems. We exclude it because our coverage is intended for all of our member counties to be coverage that is applicable in a broad sense to all. Not every county has a ferry system, but Skagit County, Whatcom County, I don't know if they have a ferry. I know Skagit does. Island County, San Juan County, if they have ferry operations, they're unique to that risk. There is insurance that you can get for ferries. Sanctioned vehicle racing events at designated vehicle racing facilities. What are we talking about with the ORV park here? So is this an excluded of coverage, but we're entering into a contract? We probably want to know that before we sign this contract that, hey, there's no coverage through the risk pool for this activity. Horse racing is licensed by the Horse Racing Commission. Carnival or mechanical amusement devices, well, that's important if we're talking about county fairs. Rodeos, again, back to county fairs. Operation of designated daycare or childcare facilities. Why? Other coverage available. It's a risk that we don't want to take on. This exclusion, and when we talk about exclusions, something that as you're reading through an insurance policy, you can have coverage and limitations or an exclusion and a give back in the same section or paragraph. So it can get confusing, meaning we cover all of your personal property on your homeowner's policy, except it's limited in the following instances. Jewelry and furs, $2,500. Money, $250. Stub limits. Well, that's in the insuring agreement saying we cover all your property, but we limit this. Same thing can happen on exclusions. We exclude sanctioned vehicle racing, but there's a give back that this exclusion shall not apply. Whenever anything says shall, that means it doesn't. It's not should not, it's shall not, meaning it will happen this way. Shall not apply to liability to spectators arising out of vehicle racing, horse racing, carnival, or mechanical music devices, or rodeos. Why is that there? You're saying you don't cover rodeos or racing. You're right, we don't. We don't cover it for liability to the participants, but if someone is sitting in the crowd and is injured, there is coverage for them as a spectator. The one case that comes to mind with that came out of the Tacoma Dome. I don't even know how many years ago. It was a monster truck rally. Truck jumps, the U-joint on the driveline came apart, and it slung a piece of metal on the U-joint, and it hit like an 8 or 10-year-old kid in the head and killed him instantly. So as a spectator, there would be coverage for him as a spectator. There is no coverage for the damage to the monster truck that you just jumped, or if you crush a few vertebrae while doing it, there's no coverage for liability to you. You can't sue us for it that would be covered. So things to look at when you're talking about exclusions. But again, here, the big takeaway is sanctioned vehicle racing events. So is what we want to do covered? So when we talk about insurance limits, with the risk going on, they wanted $2 million in coverage. Is that enough? Maybe it is, because we've built this really great contract. We've defined who's going to do what, and we've defined what insurance you're going to have. Maybe $2 million is enough. But then when you look at, and this talks about for contract A, so I'm skipping through part of the exhibits due to time, but does the insurance limit match the risk? That's the takeaway. If it is something super risky, or there's the potential for significant damages, injury, or death, then maybe you want high limits. But if that risk is minimal, then maybe you don't need as high. If we're not comfortable with indemnification language, and I won't get into that on contract B, but basically, if I remember correctly, it's saying that we're going to indemnify everything. We'll take care of it no matter what happens. The example that we use there is you work for a school district, and high school graduation, right? It's June. It's time for everybody to graduate. And you go, okay, well, we've got the largest senior class that we've ever had, and everybody's got a huge family, and we know it because we know all of our students, and that's awesome. And we don't have enough parking. So what do? Well, the guy across the street has an empty parking lot that's just a gravel lot. Let's go ask him, can we use his lot for parking? So you walk across the street or call, whatever, doesn't matter. But you say, hey, this is going on Friday night for graduation. We don't have enough parking. Can we use your lot? And let's say I own that property. And I say, yep, absolutely you can. But you're going to defend and indemnify me for anything that happens. I don't care. It's on you. And you're going, well, that doesn't make any sense. What if there's a pothole? What if it gets dark and you don't have lights up? And I go, don't use my property. Now you've got a decision to make, right? You're in a situation where you need it and it's for the greater good, but I'm saying I'm not going to do anything. I'll let you use it, and we'll enter into a contract that I'll let you use it for free. But I'm not going to cover anything for liability, and my insurance isn't going to cover it. You've got to take it all on. Sometimes that is acceptable. And sometimes, because it's for the greater good, you need to do it. So we're going to accept the liability and hope nothing happens. But if that is the case, you're making an informed decision. And with that informed decision means you need to manage that risk. Do you put staff out there? Do you put security out there? Do you put some temporary lighting out there so that people can see what's going on, or cars get broken into, whatever it may be? But you know that going into it. You know what may happen, so you can take measures to limit your exposure. That's what we're trying to get at the end of the day. So I will tell. I'll get into the why this was the ORV park. There's always a story. Like I think I said before, the reason that there's examples in trainings is because something happened. Why do we have rules? Because somebody did something, right? You can't wear your pajamas to work. Well, why did that rule come up? Well, somebody wore their pajamas to work. Like, you know what I mean? So things happen. But our takeaways are, what does it promise to do as far as the contract? What are we agreeing to? Does the contract have provisions built in it to protect you? Here it says county, but just replace that with whatever your agency is or whatever you do. And can they protect us? Meaning, do they have enough limits, or are they a big enough company that if you entered into a contract with Jeff Bezos and something bad happens, I'm pretty sure he could write a check and you'd be okay, right? But not all of our contracts are with Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or whatever, who would name the person that has a ton of money, doesn't, or business. So can they afford to protect us? That's why we want to look at the certificate of insurance, what's their deductible or their self-insured retention, and will it be an easy tender? When we talk about a tender, somebody may sue, they file a claim with the county or sue the county, but we have this contract that says you're going to defend and indemnify me. So I receive the claim or the lawsuit. I then turn around and when I send it to you, that means I've now tendered it to you. It's hot potato. It's not mine anymore. It's yours. You've got to do something with it. And if they push back and say, nope, we're not going to, then you can go, well, you have a contract. And they go, yeah, that's neat. We're not going to. Guess what? I'm an additional insured in your policy. So you can call them or I'll call them. I don't care. I'll make the phone call. You agreed to take care of this. You need to handle it. So there are points where that gets litigated. But for the most part, when we tender a claim over, it's accepted because you mutually agreed in good faith for the contract. The certificate, does it meet the requirements? Does it cover the applicable policy period? Does it name the county or your agency as an additional insured? Then the risk. Is the risk a good idea? Will losses be covered? So knowing what coverages you have available through your insurer or through your risk pool is important. Does the contract is the risk? What duty is owed and who owes the duty? If you have negligence or liability, there's three parts to it. Before you have a duty owed, I have to owe you a duty. So auto accident, I owe you a duty to operate my vehicle in a safe manner, not to hit or hurt anybody. Duty breached, I rear-ended you. Yeah, I breached that duty. I've got liability. Proximate cause. Well, was your damage or injury the proximate cause of that me rear-ending you? Well, really easy to go, hey, you damaged the rear bumper and the trunk lid and broke the taillight. Proximate cause was me hitting you. Okay, well, I'm hurt. Okay, well, how bad are you hurt? What happened? Well, my back hurts. Okay. Do you have anything pre-existing, anything going on with your back beforehand? Yeah, I've had 3 spinal fusions. Well, okay, did me hitting you cause those 3 spinal fusions? No. Did I aggravate those? Maybe. And that then becomes a question that you've got to evaluate on the maybes. And that's just claim handling and how it works. But if you're responsible, at the end of the day, you're responsible. Now, to the nuts and bolts of this, if you would look through the rest of the ORV park example, you will see a certificate of insurance in there. And when I say there's problems with it, there's problems with it. Off the top hand, it says that the contract was in 2012 and you're now renewing it, but the date of that certificate of insurance is expired. So it's not even the same policy year. The coverages don't meet the coverages that we said in the coverage. So if you do want to look at this and as a refresher or just for your own edification, by all means do. If you have any questions, call Bryden. No, I'm kidding. But it's intended for you to look at. There were problems with the certificate. Was the county named as an additional insured? One thing that I will point out though, because it's not in any of the other slides, on the certificate of insurance, oops, and it is, looks like 1, 2, 3, 6 page back in that, in the case study example. The certificate of insurance looks like every other one on the front. Guess what? Sometimes you need to turn them over because there might be valuable information on the back. So it's not a one-side document all the time. Sometimes it is. Flip the paper over and see what's on the back side, because there's some issues there as far as what's going on, right, with the totality of it. So because it's not 100% applicable to this group as far as the certificate of insurance is, but the ORV park is not, here's the reason why that's in the presentation. So what happened is we had an ORV park and we had race day. Now, one key thing, and it comes down to very fact specific, what was excluded from coverage was vehicle racing at a sanctioned vehicle racing track or event, right? Very specific. So if you're there on just pay your fees to go ride your motorcycle and it's not a sanctioned event, there could be coverage for you. So it depends on what's going on. So what happened here is we had two claims that were almost a month apart where little Johnny goes and he pays his $15 or whatever, $20 for the day. Waivers are signed and he goes and rides his motorcycle. He's going around the track. He hits a jump and there is an alleged defect. And I say alleged, meaning the plaintiff's attorney alleged there's a defect with the lip of the jump, and it changed its trajectory so that instead of jumping it like normal, what goes up must come down. If what goes up at too steep of an angle, when it comes down on a motorcycle, it comes down face first. And he went over the handlebars, hit his head. He was able to get up. He was able to walk his motorcycle off. Conflicting reports whether or not he got back on his motorcycle that day or not. End of the day, he had crushed 2 vertebrae in his neck with fractures, completely healed. Although there was an allegation of a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, and long-term lasting effects. Okay, that happens. Almost a month later, little Billy, doesn't matter, now he's there and he's on what's called a sight lap, meaning when you're in a sanctioned vehicle racing event, they'll let you ride around the track at not racing speeds to see how that, get a feel for the dirt, see what's going on, see what the track's like. All fine and well. Well, like anybody that's competitive in racing, you're kind of like, hey, go 10 miles an hour, but you're really going 15, right? Or whatever it was. So they weren't competing, but they weren't not competing as far as going on the sight lap. Hits the same jump, same place, same thing happens. Problem is this time, little Billy doesn't get up. Little Billy is a quadriplegic at the scene of the at the racetrack. Over time, little Billy does regain function of his arms, still does not have function from the waist down. Little Billy was 14 years old. Little Billy, due to the accident and injuries, has no male functions anymore as far as he can never have kids because of the damage that was done. So now when we talk about damages and injuries and what's this claim worth, and we're talking, now we're getting into the millions, right? This is a huge life-altering claim. Little Johnny had fractures in his neck. Yes, that's a big deal. It's a big issue, but it's not the same, okay? Same plaintiff's attorney. They file a lawsuit for both of their clients, and they sue the ORV park, our leasee. I'm sorry, we're the leasee, our leaseor, the motocross business, and they sue the county. And you're like, well, so we went, just like everybody else, hey, this is yours. We have a contract that says you're responsible for this. Now, I will tell you, we had a very, 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 very good contract in place. So we made up the problems with the example here. Those weren't real. But we had a very good contract. We tendered it to them. Well, he breached the contract, meaning that he didn't tell us that he lowered his insurance. He didn't tell us he had other claims. So his aggregate limits weren't there and available. He only had $3 million in coverage when he was supposed to have 5 per occurrence. And he had 3 million total for both accidents because of an aggregate limit issue. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we end up into long protracted litigation for 2.5 years. And the whole time we're maintaining that we're not liable. We have this contract. We just own the property. The plaintiff's attorneys went to ends of the earth to try to find a way to loop the county in. One of their arguments was, well, the county owns a dirt separator. So a piece of equipment that literally you take your excavator, you drop dirt in it, and it separates rocks out of it so that you don't put rocks on the racetrack. And when we leased the property, we said, I don't know if that works, but if it does and you want to use it, like that's part of the lease. But we're not going to maintain it. We're not going to do anything. Definitely not going to provide you any technical assistance on how to build a racetrack. All of that was on them. That didn't work. We were dismissed from summary judgment on that. So then they made the argument that the county was in a partnership with the motocross because it brought people in that spent money. So the county was a mutual beneficiary for recreational dollars, tourist dollars, and sales tax income. That made them a partner, which means you would be a partner with every business that is in your county or city or town. The court didn't buy the argument. They let us out, but we had spent $200 and some thousand in expense costs to defend our way out of a case that we should never have been a party to. But the way that the Washington being the jurisdiction it is, they were able to bring their lawsuit and we had to defend ourselves. We were able to get out of it. And the day that we got out of it, the plaintiff's attorneys took the $3 million and split it however between their clients, and the case was over and done. The day that we got out of it. Had we have not gotten out of that case, they would have never settled with the other side until the jury was done with it. And then at that point, you don't know. I joke when I say sometimes you could argue the scariest 3 words in the English language are trial by jury. And it's absolutely true because you don't know what you're going to get. Who would expect a $200+ million verdict out of Yakima County, $42 million out of Spokane, and the list goes on. For those in the school districts here a few months ago, there was a teacher that punched a student. I will never condone a teacher losing his cool and punching a student. Got 1 punch, no significant injuries, no bones, no fractures, no broken nose. Jury gave him $8 million. Now, that is based off of the limited information that I have read online. I don't know all of the facts. I'm just saying that the headline caught my attention, that there was 1 punch thrown and it equated to an $8 million jury verdict. So we're talking big money and high stakes. So if the takeaway from everything in the totality is that if you're contracting for anything with contracts, do whatever you can to think of what's the worst that can happen and how can we protect ourselves, because that's what we're trying to do at the end of the day. And from the risk pool standpoint, if you can transfer the risk to the other contracting person, that's option 1. We'll take that, we'll transfer the risk. If you have to own the risk, that happens. But do it knowing full well that you're accepting the risk so that you can manage the risk. So, and work with your legal, your risk managers, so that in your insurance risk pool, insurance companies, whatever it may be, and you'll get to the right decision that's appropriate for whatever you're dealing with, so that you know going into it that we're making the right decision and we're protecting ourselves to the best extent possible. So with that, thank you for your time. Again, it's Barnum and Bailey if you didn't like it.
I think we're okay that they went over because we kind of got them started late. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. We were able to put the documents in the document library. So the folks, I think, was able to catch up with the materials. If anyone has issues accessing that, let us know. And we can definitely email a separate link after this event. So thank you, gentlemen. That was great. I didn't think risk was going to be that exciting, and I was just like, I got the highlight. It's great. I'm curious though, as lunch is being prepared next door for us folks here internally, who here does the risk management for their entity? Like you actually are in charge of making sure the language is in the contract and reviews the COI? Okay, that's a big one. How about in the room, in the virtual room? Oh, Margaret, your hand's raised again. She is a one-woman shop, so, oh, and I don't know what happened to the laptop here. Oh, it looks like I don't know if I lost power completely. We're still on. Maybe the battery finally went out on this laptop. She does. She manages. Yeah, it was very riveting. Chuck, it was riveting. We could not. We were just on our pins and needles here, like going, whoo. Cyber liability, that's another huge one because of all the technology. As a county, at King County anyway, our risk management does a lot of $5 million. I don't know, is that standard for you guys? 5 million for liability? Do you know? Seems like a standard that we require when there's any software or anything like that. Question, Chuck, too. The COIs, do they really have to be attached with a contract, or can we just make sure it is part of the contract file, the signed agreement?
I would say it doesn't need to be attached to the contract. It needs to be in your files because you may get the contract signed and then you get other documents later. But from a record keeping standpoint, should something happen, store them all together, however you store it, whether, I don't know if anybody's using paper files anymore, but in the same electronic file. And again, a certificate for each contract, for each file. If you're going to take and have the time for a file per contract, even though you're having multiple contracts with the same vendor, then put a certificate in each one of those is a good practice. But again, I wouldn't hold up the contract negotiation saying I need the certificate of insurance to be with this or the policy to be with the endorsements, but I wouldn't sign it and execute it until you've checked all the boxes, that you've had a chance to review the COI and review the coverages and any endorsements, that you're an additional insured. And people talked about a checklist. Somebody put something in the chat. Those are great resources, and it may be applicable to what you're doing. I mean, some of them may, some may not, or you may end up making your own checklist, all of which is fine. But if you do have it, follow the checklist, right? And then go through and make sure that you have everything documented so that you know what's going on.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, it is time for lunch. We will dismiss the folks virtually. If you want to step away, hopefully you brought your lunch, or unless you're working from the office or at home. Our folks here, I'm going to give Maya the mic to just give a couple of extra instructions.
All right. Well, lunch is going to be in the other side of this room. So we have Chipotle's here today. I think they're just finishing setting that up. And then we do have a cornhole in the back of the room if you're interested in getting a little activity. But if you do want to take a walk, just quickly, there's a ton of walking around here. But if you just come straight out here and go around the loop, it's about a 10-minute walk. If you're feeling like you need to limber up a little bit and go for a quick walk, you can definitely do that as well. Was there anything else? Questions, folks? Just make sure you've paid for parking.
Yes. We don't want anyone getting towed.
So are we back at 1 promptly?
So we will be back promptly at 1. We will be back promptly at 1. All right. So Victor, if you want to have some elevator music, that'd be awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, we are ready. Whether they are ready, you're ready. So we'll give you the floor.
Thank you. So thanks for inviting me to your business meeting. I'm super excited to be here. I want to spend the next 40 minutes or so just kind of highlighting some NIGP member benefits. Maybe you'll learn something new. Maybe you'll learn a new way to use something. Maybe you'll discover something that you've haven't used before or weren't aware of. So before I take you to our website, because I'm actually going to show you where to find things, I just want to remind you, if you don't already know, our mission is to develop, support, and promote the public procurement profession. So we've been around since 1944, and that's everything. As the heart of what we do is to do those things for you and for the profession. So we're super excited to be representing 19,000 members across North America. And they range from a variety of roles, from procurement clerks all the way up to chief procurement officers. We have 2,400 agencies as well represented across all kinds of agency types, from states, counties, schools, K-12s, colleges, hospitals, authorities, etc. So we're here to represent you and to help you grow professionally. So this presentation is pretty much going to cover 3 different areas, and I'm going to show you resources that match up to those. So one's going to be how we connect you to other professionals to grow your network, how we inform you of the latest trends and best practices and standards to help you in your job, and how we develop you professionally so that you can grow within your job, or if you're looking for something new, you can have those credentials to help you in your career journey. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see here. Okay, so first I'm going to start with logging in. So you should all know how to do this if you're members. That's how you access anything behind the member wall. Once you get logged in, you'll be able to access all the free resources that NIGP membership provides you. And one of the things that I like to always start with is, if you go to your profile, this is where you can check to see if you have your contact information updated You'll see here, there's an area to edit your information. You can add your pictures. You can put in all of your contact information here. There's a demographics tab within the edit field that would love to learn more about you. So you can tell us a little bit more about yourself through the demographics. This is an easy way to access your transcript. If you need to certify or recertify and you have to show those points, you can grab that here. You can update your password. All of your invoices and your events that you've attended are also easily acceptable or accepted here. So this is always a place that I like to start, just to check and make sure that all the contact information is up to date and you can access those things that you need for whatever purposes, employment, certification, etc. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier is I want to connect or talk about how we connect and how we grow your network. So there's a couple of ways that you can do that. So if you go to the resources tab up here, you're going to see the procurement tools. Under procurement tools, you're going to see this Insight Communities. Hopefully most of you are familiar with that and you've accessed that before. If you're a member of NIGP, you are automatically a part of the Perch Issues, which is one of the probably most active communities. So it's a great way to connect with other individuals. There's over 100 different communities. Perch Issues is a general catch-all, but we have specific communities based on geographical location or agency type, or it could be topical such as sustainability, things like that. So make sure you check those out. You can join as many as you want. It's free. It's a great way to solve a problem quickly because probably somebody's been there or done that. So I would encourage you to utilize that. So it's a great tool. It also collects all of the discussions. So you have a history of everything that has been set up and talked about, as well as there's a library in there where you can access documents. Something new that we recently launched not too long ago, I would say maybe 6 months or so, is our Insight Plus community. These are our special interest groups. Right now we have 3, and we hope to grow those as time goes on. So if you happen to be in transportation or in social services and public housing or higher education, go ahead and join these groups, because what we're doing is we are it's fairly new, so we're just starting discussions now, but what the intention of these groups is to bring them together throughout the year to do mini events, maybe have a session at Forum. So it's a great way to connect with other professionals that do the same thing you do within the same agency type. So I'd highly recommend that. So those are a couple of ways to connect. Some other ways is our mentoring program. So this is free for members as well. This is a great resource for you to connect with others. I know a lot of chapters have their own mentoring programs locally, but this is going to connect you with other people outside of your geographical area. So it's a great way to build your network and just be able to connect with people that maybe a senior leader that's someone you aspire to be like one day. So that is under the career guidance section, under the learning tab, you'll see the mentorship program, and you'll have an area where you sign up, and it's a software-based system. So you'll fill out a couple of questions and it will match you based on how you answer those questions. So that's a great way to grow your network and build connections. Another way to connect is through the concierge program. There's the career guidance area. This is where the mentorship section is. But this concierge program is also can help you answer questions as far as your career journey. It's a free service. So if you're saying, I aspire one day, I want to be a chief procurement officer. What do I need to do to get there? What are some courses that you would recommend that I take to get me going in that right direction? So that's another way to grow your network and connect with other professionals. So that's the connection piece that I wanted to cover today. The other section I wanted to talk about was the inform section. This is all of our standards, best practices, where you can get research papers. A lot of that is under the resources tab. We were already here earlier. We're going to talk about the dictionary of terms. This is under procurement tools. This is a great resource for you. If you're looking, say you're creating a contract, you want to make sure you're using the right terminology. These are the standards for certain terms. So for example, I want to look up forward purchasing. Just put in the search bar, and it's going to give me the definition of that. But you can see there's thousands of different terms in here, and it's really one of our most popular benefits. So I'd encourage you, when you're looking for, am I using the right phrase? It's understood across the organization. This is where you want to go to do that. I'm going to go back to the resources tab, talk a little bit more about the inform section. So under the tools, we have the document library. This is probably one of our most popular benefits. It has thousands of documents in it. Again, when I mentioned, someone's probably been there and done that. This is going to save you lots of time because you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just go and do a search on this to see if somebody's already created some kind of document that you need. You can search by all different types of ways. You can search by document type. You can search by the most sections here. There's all different ways to search. Let me go back here, document type, entity type. If you're looking for a particular way to search and you just want to do airports, you can do that. Year created if you want something the most recent. So let's do the past year and see what shows up. See, these are all very recent documents. So people are constantly, and these all come from our members. So they're constantly adding to this document library. So it's a great resource and time saver for you. Another thing, as far as Inform, I want to show you, we have the NIGP blog. Now, this is fairly new, and that's under the procurement news right here. Read the blog. This blog is set up in different areas. We have learning by design, we have leadership, legal. We have a new CEO, by the way, which I'm happy to announce. She's got her own blog. So if you want to learn more about Debbie Trueblood, who started back in October, and now after Rick retired in December, now she's going solo, flying solo. She's such a delightful person. Hopefully you get to meet her one day, but she has started this blog. She's also going to do a town hall meeting, I believe, in March. So be on the lookout for that. But feel free to check out these at any time. And we're always adding new articles to the blog. Another way that we inform is through our research. We recently redid our website and put all of our research under the CARE tab. CARE stands for the Center for the Advancement of Research and Excellence. So this is where you're going to find global best practices. This is where you're going to find benchmark reports and research. Our white papers are all aligned under the CARE tab. So these global best practices, we are constantly pushing these out. These are what we consider the standards in the industry. So if you are ever looking for a standard on a particular item, check here. These are free to download. They are divided into the 7 focus areas that align with our Pathways curriculum. But you can do a search in here and you can find all kinds of best practices that you can use within your own entity. This is a very helpful resource. And of course, also under CARE, we have our research and benchmark reports that we do. Let's get to that. This is brand new. We just published this week. It's out. It's called The State of the Public Procurement Profession. You can download the full report. I'm sure at some point there will be a webinar on this. But this is exciting. This is the first time we've done one of these, and the plans are to do this every year. So it's just a check-in on where we are in procurement. So it's a great resource for you to look at. We also do our compensation and retention study every 2 years. So you can kind of gauge where you are salary wise with other agencies. Is that fair and equitable? Or are you way off? There's the public procurement benchmark report that was done also in 2025. That's another recurring benchmark report that we do every couple of years. So you can download the full report. If you don't want to read the full report, they have key takeaways that you can look at. But those are very helpful documents to just, measure yourself, especially the benchmarking report, to measure your agency's practices and where you stand in the long range with other agencies. So it's a good place for you to start when you're trying to create metrics and other things. We also have the white papers. That's also under the care. Those are research papers as well, and they're on a variety of topics. We did one was very popular on the tariffs. That was a big deal not too long ago. So that's a great white paper that was recently published. Our business council, which is our group of 12 companies, they're really considered our thought leaders in the supplier world. They create white papers every day, or not every day, every year. And they talk about the benefits of having a strong supplier agency relationship and why you need to have that connection so you can make better decisions. So these are free for you to download. Also, I believe your chapter has invited the business council to come out and they'll do presentations on these topics as well. So we talked about how we communicate and how we connect. We talked about how we inform you of those trends and standards and best practices. Now we want to talk a little bit about how we develop. So this is our big bread and butter of NIGP. We're an educational institution, so we're all about learning. Most of the learning opportunities you're going to find under the Learning tab. If you don't already know, as an NIGP member, you get free webinars. We do lots and lots of webinars. This is probably one of our most popular benefits of being an NIGP member, is you get to participate in these webinars. You also get contact hours for the educational webinars that we do. So if you're looking again to get recertified or certified, this is a great resource for you to gather those contact hours that you need to apply or to recertify. So just for an example, we have a listing of all the upcoming webinars here. You'll see these educational focused webinars. These are the ones that you actually get contact hours for. You'll see here one contact hour. You'll see how many you have just scheduled out through May on all kinds of topics. We have program spotlights as well. Now, these are not, you cannot get contact hours for them, but they're very informative. So when I touch on certification, if you're interested in certification, we do this every month, these NIGP CPP learning webinars. It goes into a lot of detail about eligibility, how to apply, requirements, things like that, how to prepare. So I would encourage you to take one of these webinars, but it's every month. So if it doesn't work out for you that particular month, then you can take the next one. You can see there's already one scheduled February 24th and then March 31st. We also do a lot of promotional things on pathways. Here's Debbie's kickoff procurement month, March 3rd. So if you want to learn more about our new CEO, I would encourage you to sign up for that as well. So the good thing about the webinar program is we have webinar recordings. So if there's something that you're very interested in, but you can't make it for whatever reason, you can always search the webinar recording library. And you do get access and contact hours to some of the webinars. So that's a great resource for you as well. And again, these are all divided into those 7 focus areas of our Pathways curriculum. So you can start seeing how everything we do education-wise is aligned with the Pathways curriculum. Okay, so that's a great resource to know about the webinars, and not only just the live webinars, but the webinar recordings. Under learning, we also have our conferences and events. So Forum, we've been doing this, I think 81 or 82 years now. So we've been doing this pretty much since we started. So it's our big premier event of the year. Last year we had 3,000 attendees. We offer it both in person and virtually. So even if you don't have the budget or you can't travel, you can take advantage of the virtual aspect of it. And of course, as a member, anything, any product or class that you register and pay for, you're always going to get a deep discount by being an NIGB member. So this year, our annual forum, and it's typically in August. This year it's going to be August 23rd through the 26th, and it will be held in Columbus, Ohio, which is actually a cool city. I mean, some of you may think Columbus, but I was there probably about 10 or so years ago, and it's really a neat city. There's lots of things to do. It's very artsy. It's very, for food, people that are foodies love it. There's lots of restaurants, so it's a very walkable city. So we're truly excited to be going back to Columbus. We were there in 2001, so it's been a while, but we're doing full circle now and coming back around to Columbus. So super excited about that. If you have the opportunity to attend, it's a great event. You're going to meet lots of new friends. Learn a lot of great things. We have learning sessions, we have networking sessions, we have fun activities and social events, things that you can just gather and together and learn and grow and connect. So I encourage you to go. If you need help in trying to decide whether or not your boss is going to fund you, there's a justification guide. You can download this and you can print it out and take it to your boss of why you should attend. So it's a great, and they do have an expo floor there, so there's lots of suppliers there, so you can do some shopping as well. As far as the learning as well, the other conferences that we do, we have the Impact, the Leadership Summit. That's usually February of every year. It's right around the corner. It's in Tucson this year. The Leadership Summit is basically a cohort of 3 different camps. So we have the Leadership Impact that you can register for. That's for your more seasoned leaders. You have the EDGE program, which is for your up and coming leaders, and that is closed for this year, but it's an application process and they keep the class around 30 to 40 people. So if you're interested in learning those leadership skills as an up and coming leader, be on the lookout for that announcement for the EDGE program. It is, like I said, it's an application program, so you have to fill that out and be accepted. The Academy is the 3rd piece of the Leadership Summit, and that is reserved for our NIGP chapter leaders. NIGP invests a lot in its chapters, and we pay, NIGP pays to have the chapter leaders, usually some of them bring 2, can come in and learn all about how to be a good volunteer leader for your chapter. So we fund that program for chapter leadership development every year. So those are some of our main events. We do have also the NIGP VCon. That's we started that a few years ago. It is all virtual. We have done in the past, it's been on certain topics. This year again, last year it was on technology. This year again, it's going to be on technology, but that is coming up. We'll be having some more information coming out very, very soon on that. It's usually in the spring, so be on the lookout for learning more about that particular event. So those are pretty much our conferences and highlight of our conferences and events. A lot of the things that we do outside of conferences and events and webinars are the actual classes. Our curriculum is called Pathways. If you're not aware of that, we have Everything that we do is aligned to this Pathways curriculum in those 7 focus areas. Our certification program is aligned with Pathways, so it makes sense in this model that everything flows up into that. All of the learning you can search by through this in so many different ways. You can learn by topic. If there's a particular like contract management you want to, interested in, here that again, the 7 focus areas, they're all aligned there. You can learn by specialty. If you want to do a deep dive into a particular thing, such as RFPs or using federal grants, these are deep dive sessions that you can learn under a specialty certificate. You can learn by experience level. You can search this way. We have recommendations for if you're just starting out, what should I take? Try this first. And if you're still confused, go to our concierge program because they will work with both individuals and entities to help build your career path. Mid-career professionals, we have classes for them as well as your senior professionals. So there's all kinds of different ways that you can learn. There's different levels. We've sorted it out to try to make it easy for you to find what you need. One of the beauties about the curriculum is we have, not only is it flexible, the models that we use are flexible as well. So for example, most of our classes, if you prefer to learn with an instructor, the traditional classroom, you can do that. It's instructor led. We have virtual instructor led, like you're still at your desk, but you have to meet at a certain time, just like this meeting, and you're interacting live with an instructor. And a lot of our options are on demand as well. So if you prefer to learn that way on your own time, after work or whatever, you can do that as well. So there's lots of options and lots of opportunities for you. So I hope you spend some time out here. And again, if you do have questions, we do have that concierge program, which is a great way to get you started. Leadership is a big thing for us as well. I mentioned earlier the Leadership Summit, those 3 learning cohorts of leadership. We also have individualized certificates in leadership that you can get as well if you don't want to participate in those summit programs. So that's options again for you. Again, I can't stress this enough, the career guidance, all of these resources that we have to help you make those right decisions for your educational impact that you want to have. There is a new career development guide that you can download. It kind of gives you advice on where to start, answers a lot of your questions. So I would recommend that as well. There's a certification prep area. So if you're interested in certification, you probably want to start there. This here is some information about the Pathways program. I keep referring back to the Pathways. This is the model that all of the education and learning is based on. I'm not going to talk too much about that today because that's a whole different session all on its own. I don't want to overwhelm you with a bunch of details, but I would definitely recommend spending some time in here and learning about why we set the education up the way we do, how it works, their credentialing aspect of it as well. Some of those webinars that we talked about at the end that you don't get contact hours for, those educational ones, they'll go into detail about the Pathways program so you can really understand how these learning paths build upon each other. And then of course, there's the director or the catalog to search for classes if you don't want to search through any of the other ways. So you can search by date, location, all that kind of stuff. So it's really, we try to make it easy for you and provide you with a variety of ways to search and find things. We're still on the develop piece, but another section outside of the learning is of course the certification. There's a whole section here on certification. We talk about how the NIGP CPP is different than some of the other certifications. It is competency based instead of knowledge based. So it's not like you read a book and then you take a test. It is based on what you do, not what you know. And there are assessments that you can take so you can kind of figure out maybe where your weaknesses are. So then you can say, oh, well, my weakness is in strategy. Maybe I need to take some classes in strategy. You can also learn a lot of this through the career development guide as well as that concierge program I keep talking about. This section here is very helpful. Where to start, the how to apply, the timeline that you need to set aside for yourself. The requirements manual is probably something where you would start out this here, just reading about that. Again, I would recommend and stress if you are interested in certification, go to those webinars that that we promote every month and learn more about that and get some of your questions answered. How to prepare. There's some guidance here as well. The test questions on testing, and then if you do get certified, you have to recertify every 3 years. So there's a whole process around that as well. And these are a list of the certificate people. If you need to access your record, get your certificate for whatever you may need it for. And then, of course, the appeals process. So this is a whole section set aside just for the NIGP CPP certification program. So I'm at about 30 minutes. I know I kind of talked fast through a lot of that. It's a lot of information. I will be happy to open it up for any questions. I see the chat. See if I have any. Looks like some people are. This is
So
not really
Belinda,
questions for me.
just comments, it looks like.
Yeah.
Washington State chapter just found out from Jen that I think we have about 16 participants for Leadership Summit. So we're really excited for that.
Awesome. Okay.
We're all attending both Chapter Academy, Edge, and Impact. A lot of folks in Impact. So
And-
Maya can get some questions from the floor.
And before she starts, the whole summit experience is, if you've been to Forum, it's nothing like that. It is a more intimate group. It's usually around 250 to 300 people. So the opportunities and conversations that you have are very different. There's not a lot of rushed activity around it. So it's really a time to focus and learn and build those leadership skills.
All right, we have a question from the floor here. Well, from Stacy, not the floor.
Good one, Maya. Quick question on, I've been waiting for the QPPD application to be posted online. Do you know if that's being posted or has been posted?
I don't know if it has been posted. I can find out for you though. I'm just gonna, if I don't have answers to your questions, I will definitely find out and then send those to Jenny.
Yeah, I think they were gonna do it by the end of the month and we're knocking on that door. Thank you.
I'm just doing a quick search on the QPPD. I do not see that. So no, I don't see it on our website now. So I will be happy to find out those details for you and let you know.
Belinda, for the new Insight Plus community, is airport potentially a request we can add? We all think we're special.
Yeah, if
so.
we get enough people, I think there's an interest form and we gather that information, but we have to have, enough people to be able to sustain that because it's activities and other things. I believe there's a regular airport group out on Insight, but it's not an Insight community. But the airport purchasing group does meet in conjunction with our annual forum, which you probably know that, Jenny.
Yes, yes, I presented last year. No, I know the port, and I'm advocating for Maya because I know at Forum, the port's don't have their own special community.
Yeah, we have an Insight community, but we do not have a networking group
During the forum.
the forum. So we just meet in the lobby and try to do our own grassroots networking.
Yep.
Well, I will definitely take that comment down and give that to Carrie to see if that's something that, as far as the networking segments, if that's something we could add.
Great, thank you. I'm taking a poll here in the room. I'm assuming everybody here are dual members? Yes? All right. So, Belinda, one of the things that we're trying to convey to our membership is every year we do a reporting to NIGP, and one of them is who are non-dual and how much, well, we get charged if they're not. So, can you give a little bit more of pros and benefits as to why becoming a dual member is a great thing for non-dual members?
Yes, absolutely. Because I mean, you get a lot of value out of your chapter membership because you're connecting locally. But becoming an NIGP national member is going to expose you to those connections and that knowledge that exists and the standards that exist in the industry across North America. So you're widening, you're taking that next step to grow professionally, connect with other people outside of your immediate network, and really learn, more to advance in your career.
There is a comment in the chat. I think I want you to hear it. This is from Amanda Witt, one of the Impact attendees coming up for Tucson. Just want to say thanks, or how much I love the procurement dictionary of the NIGP website and the white paper. Super awesome and valuable.
Great, that's good. Great to hear. I would like to know if anyone learned something they didn't already know.
Yeah, the new one, I think it's the specialty groups. Miranda over here is telling me. Would we
And what
be
about the new
remiss-
CEO? The new CEO?
Oh, yes. The new CEO is the first woman CEO for NIGP. We're very excited. I definitely want to sign up for that March 4th session with Debbie. And then shameless plug for the Procurement Women Leaders Facebook group. We do have Debbie coming in February. So we're going to have an earlier sneak peek for her presenting to us what it's like to be the first CEO for NIGP and just the woman leader a woman leader. So
Yeah, I can tell you as staff that we're super excited. I mean, I've worked with NIGP longer than I want to admit. It's been quite a while, but I mean, I was there right after Rick. I was probably the second longest standing staff member at NIGP. And so it's been great being under his leadership all this time. But, it was time for him to retire. He needed to take a break and move, enjoy his life. So, we were sad to see him go, but we're super excited about Debbie. She does not come from the public procurement profession. She comes from the association space. She has been CEO for other associations. So she has a lot of knowledge about nonprofit associations and building strategy around that and working with boards and volunteers. She also has a government background in that she was a president of the Illinois Parks Association, Parks and Rec Association. So she does have a lot of familiarity with government work. And she wanted to come back to that, which is why she was interested in applying for the CEO position at NIGP. But we're super excited about her vision, and I don't want to spoil it all. Give her a chance to say that for herself. But I know that as staff, we're all super excited she's here.
I know one of the biggest things that NIGP is really big on is volunteerism. I noticed you didn't touch upon the different councils. Is that something you could kind of mention to us, the different councils that are available and who can apply for it?
Sure. So we have three councils. We have a governing board who looks at strategy. We have a member council who looks at, are we doing the best we can in supplying our members with the tools that they need, the resources they need. We have a finance council that, ensures that NIGP is spending money responsibly. And then we have a talent council, which Victor is the chair of. And Victor is, I think he's terming off in July, but he's been with us for a while. So he actually helps out with our member orientation and talks about volunteerism, because all the volunteer opportunities flow from the talent council. We have appointed those permanent council members that have terms. We also have opportunities that pop up that are episodic. So like if you just want to be on a task force for a certain specific purpose, you can't commit to 2 years. There's opportunities to do that as well. So all those announcements come out when we do need volunteers through our talent council. And if Victor is on, oh, he's crying in the comments. If Victor is on, if there's something else that you want to add about the volunteer program, please go ahead.
Oh, he's really sad. He's speechless.
He did put a link in the chat. He said volunteer opportunities are available all the time, recruitment. So there's leadership opportunities at NIGP on the website that you can fill out. And what they do is they ask for your skills, what your interests are, and then they try to match you up to the right opportunity that's going to be most beneficial for you.
I would be remiss not to mention that Victor is also the producer of Radio NIGP. Has anyone here heard of Radio NIGP? Watched all the videos? They're on YouTube. So if you have not Googled it, look for it. I think that's a great resource for.
That was one that I skipped over. I meant to talk about Radio NIGP.
Sure.
It is, yeah, it's a monthly radio segment, and you can actually access all of the previous recordings on the NIGP website. It's under the resource tab, and it's fun too. They have a lot of fun doing it. You can see that, but they interview different people. I believe they even interviewed Debbie as well. So, and they talk about the forum when it's getting close to forum time. Lots of great episodes and things that you can learn. So be sure to check that out.
Speaking of forum, Belinda, I think the scholarships, they normally come out like in March timeframe.
So the scholarship program is another member benefit. Only NIGP members are eligible for scholarships. So that in itself is a great reason to be a member, right? We have an agreement with Sourcewell, and they have generously given us over $1 million for the past 4+ years to provide scholarships to all of our members. We have a scholarship committee that looks at applications that our members send in. What we do is we try to promote the scholarships by period in the year based on a particular event. So, for example, we promote forum scholarships, and we give out only so many in person and virtual. And they're in the process right now of looking at those scholarships, so that application period is closed. But we do have other opportunities. There are VCon scholarships that are available. There's scholarships for career planning. So if I've met with a concierge and you said, oh, I want to take these classes, but I don't have the funding, then we can set aside money for that. So each quarter, there's a new program that is advertised that you can sign up for and apply for. So be on the lookout for that. And we typically try to, push those out when the time frame comes. But you can also look on the website under the learning area where the scholarships are, and it will tell you what's open and what's not. But I think we do a pretty good job of pushing that out. So when the time comes and we're asking for applications for a particular segment of that quarter, that goes out to all of our members. So they're all able to apply.
Thank you so much for that.
Sure.
I definitely want to bring attention to the members about Club Express, which is our website, and how much NIGP has really supported us in making sure if something breaks, kudos to Yvonne and Kaylee. It's always supporting us, and Ronnie as well on our Club Express. And there's just so much to learn in that back end, and that really helps our board get to make sure our members are up to date. We have had a lot of folks where they transfer from one agency to another, or they've left an agency and are in limbo, for 6 months, but they still want to be engaged. And those are just really important. So thank you for that, for bringing Club Express to our world, getting us out of chapter manager. So.
Well, that was something that also, we're talking about investing in resources with our chapters, funding the chapter academy, the leaders to come in during the summit. Also, those websites are free to all of the chapters. So that is, we give funding for that. So we really value the relationship that we have with our chapters. And so we want to make sure that they're set up for success and we, are investing in them.
Great. All right. Any questions on the floor? I think my many years with NIGP, I was chapter ambassador, and now Maya is taking on the baton for Area 8. And it's just once it's in your system, it never leaves. The passion continues on, and I like to always bestow that to the next generation. So thank you for coming today, Belinda. I know you were filling in for Ryan, and so we appreciate you jumping in, and welcome to Megan for joining as well today. And any final words for us?
No, I just look forward to seeing a lot of you hopefully at Forum this year in Columbus. So think about that. And thank you again for inviting me to come and spend a little time with you during your business meeting. And feel free to reach out to me at any point if you do have questions. My email is bsites@nigp.org, and I'm happy to help you in any way that I can.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. So for the Washington NIGP, and this is another thing, there's a lot of download I'm giving to Lou because he's our membership secretary. And one of them is the WA NIGP Google group. So for new members, they get to join that Google group. So it's kind of our local insight, but it's very specific to Washingtonians. So instructions are on our website. If there's any questions there, definitely reach out to Lou. The instructions are, again, on our chapter news. And maybe I'll do a little, website demo later, just for folks that, may not know about what's going on. I'm going to switch our camera. If we can switch it back to the presenter, that would be great. Since we didn't have a good break in between, I will just make sure that the next presenters are available. So we'll take about a 5-minute stretch break. How does that sound for everybody?
We are restarting. Jenny says focus. I wouldn't say that. We're good? Everyone, yeah. Thank you, Sam. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Honors and Awards ceremony. I am Miranda. I am the Honors and Awards Committee Chair, or as I call myself, the hack. What does a hack do, you wonder? We can't figure out PowerPoints. Ah, there we go. This year, the Honors and Awards Committee selected the recipients of 2 awards. The Procurement Professional Award, which last year we added Julie Denton from the City of Vancouver to our list of prestigious winners. We actually have several winners, previous winners in the room. Some familiar names, Maya, Ginny, and then some online. And by that, I mean Victor, and I believe maybe Amal is online. But it's a great list. It's a great club to be a part of. The other award we selected this year is for Procurement Manager Award. Last year we added Connie Wall. I'm sure you're wondering, what kind of prize did Connie get for winning last year? Connie got to help me decide this year who would win. So congratulations, Connie. Not a car, but to help me out by reading all the nominations. And we used in our scoring the values and guiding principles of public procurement to help guide our evaluation of the nominations received. We looked at accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency. If you're curious, we have the breakout of how we scored each. Manager 20%, procurement professional 20% for the accountability, and so on, because some we felt should be weighted differently. So for procurement professional of the year, we received 2 nominations. Kara Allard, it's a rowdy group. Kara Allard, Senior Procurement Specialist from Community Transit, who was in the room physically, was nominated by Stacy Hupp, who is also in the room. We have Terry Cooper from DES. Oh, well, it is. Congratulations on being nominated. It's fantastic. Terry Cooper from DES was nominated by Brent Duncan. Some of the things that appealed to me about those applications and some of the really nice, inspiring things that we got to read as the evaluation committee were as follows. Stacy said about Kara, not only does Kara care about NIGP's values and guiding principles, she excels at demonstrating them. Kara is a woman of integrity who loves to provide great customer service and encouraging others to learn and grow. She is amazing at keeping projects on time and often under budget because of her negotiation skills. You're hired. I have to move though. Oops. Oh no, my fat finger. Oh, yay. Yay. Oh my gosh. And drum roll, please. The winner is, I feel so terrible. Don't trust a Canadian to click. We just figured out FM radio. Kara, come on up. And Stacy, can you get the award? Thank you. You can present. Come on. Picture with the VP over here. Oh, well, there first. Oh, we can't see you guys. You're away from the camera. You guys need to face those people. Yeah, no. Here they are. See, now we can see them there. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well deserved. Sure. Oh, sure.
Oh, me.
Come on.
Okay.
I think. Canadian. She's a Yamaha. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You can only expect a Canadian to do things right 75% of the time, and that's the exchange rate. So now we are at Procurement Manager of the Year. And guys, what a category it was. We have Amanda Witt was nominated by 3 of her colleagues, Casey Schmidt, Vanessa Jones, and Janet Riomi. I think I said that right. Amanda is the Director of Procurement Services for Centralia College. And here's what her nominators had to say. Her openness and honesty foster trust and collaboration. She provides strategic direction for procurement modernization initiatives. Amanda takes all the complicated rules, laws, and policies and breaks them down in a way that actually makes sense. Her collaborative style brings people together, makes decision-making more transparent, and keeps everything aligned with the college's goals and compliance standards. Up next, we have, nominated by Lori Adams, who's in the room, Cherie Estrada, Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, Tacoma Public Schools. Here's what Lori had to say about her. She sets the standard for professionalism and integrity. She leads by example and is committed to continual improvement. Every vendor has a fair and equal opportunity. Her collaborative style brings people together. We sometimes joke that she must read these procurement regulations for fun, given how well she knows them and how easily she recalls every detail. And I'm not going to mess this one up. So, the winner is Cherie Estrada, who is in the room. Yeah, we need both of you.
Everybody come.
Everybody come up for this. And while the pictures are being taken, I really want to encourage everyone, if there's someone who stands out as either a procurement manager or procurement professional, get those nominations in. It's great to review them. I will genuinely miss being the chapter hack. No, I'll never stop saying that.
All right, folks. I probably should have even pivoted further and put Victor's picture on here, but he would never look this good. So Cheryl was going to be our oh, look at him. There he is, trying to be all cute. Anyway, procurement, like he said in the chat, we pivot. We don't panic, we just pivot. And here we are. So
we don't panic on the outside.
on the outside, not on the
Yes.
outside at all. Before I move on to that as well, let me just, I would like to reconvene the business meeting, Ms. Brewington. This is part of your next meeting minutes. I will go ahead and ask Victor to do the installation portion of our program. Let me just, I can't remember what's the next one. Here we go. Okay,
Perfect.
so if he's going to say his spiel and then we're going to just do what he says.
I'm going to do my spiel. Thank you. Thank you for making that
No,
sound
he's going to call.
so official now. Okay. I definitely now have the privilege and the honor of installing those officers who have been elected to serve and represent the Washington chapter of NIGP, and you, our members, during this next coming year. So in accordance with the bylaws of the Washington chapter of NIGP, the membership of the Washington chapter of NIGP have elected the following officers to serve for the year 2026 to take office today, January 29th, 2026. As I call your name, if you are present, please move forward next to the lectern and facing the audience. And if you're joining via Zoom, like Samantha, please turn on your video and come forward in your tiny square and wave to the assembled. And if the audience could please hold with your applause until we are completed. President Jenny Justiano, Vice President Cherie Estrada, Membership Secretary Philip Lewis, Treasurer Samantha Miller, and Recording Secretary Stacia Wasmunt. I ask you to hereby swear and affirm that during your term of office, you dedicate yourself to advancing the mission and objectives of the Institute for Public Procurement otherwise known as NIGP, and this Washington chapter affiliate, as well as the professionalism of the procurement profession. Furthermore, to the best of your ability, you will provide guidance, counsel, and leadership to the Washington State chapter of NIGP while upholding and abiding the chapter's bylaws. So now, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully discharge the duties of the office to which you've been elected to the best of your ability without fear or favor, so long as you shall hold this office? If you are in agreement, please say, "I do so swear."
I do so swear.
So on behalf of the Washington State Chapter of NIGP Board, I hereby install you as the Executive Board effective today, January 29th, 2026.
That was awesome. Appreciate you pivoting as always with us. I wish you lived closer here, you know. All right, upcoming events, just a quick reminder. For February, it's literally in a couple of days. We do have a lunch and learn. We knew about the sales tax changes that happened late 2025, but really effective for 2026. My understanding is that somebody from DOR will be presenting. Okay, great. Somebody from the Department of Revenue from the horse's mouth will be presenting on sales tax and changes, related topics to it. Our very first one of the Emerging Professional Roundtable is February 9th. That's a Monday from 2 to 3 via Zoom. We'll be talking about just current relevant events that's happening that's might be affecting you in the public procurement profession. And then February 11th, the RFP Learning Labs. Victor, do you by chance know anything about that? Are you part of the RFP labs, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah. It's a
All right.
7-lab series. Kicks off in 3 weeks, and we cover everything related to RFPs. 7 sessions, 4 hours, and every session is from 10 to 2 o'clock on a Wednesday. So keep that in mind. You don't have to sign up for all labs. There is a fee associated, but it's the entire process, debrief, scope of work, your template, your evaluation committee. We cover everything in depth, and the 7th lab covers e-procurement, AI, and automation in procurement. So we're very excited to bring this to you virtually starting in a couple weeks.
All right. Sounds exciting. Of course, the Leadership Summit that Belinda had alluded to earlier, that's in Tucson, Arizona. Probably a little late to book your flight because it's getting expensive the closer it gets. But it is not too late to sign up if your budget could fill in for that. But that is on February 19th through the 21st. Again, the second part of the RFP Learning Labs, a treasure map for suppliers. I think Victor kind of alluded to all of those details. And then for March, because it is procurement month, we will be celebrating procurement month. We already have a instructor actually lined up for that. So stay tuned for the date, but it will be via Zoom on that. So.
Can I add one thing? On March 4th is our next lunch, is another lunch and learn, and Debbie Trueblood will be actually joining us for that. So if I remember right, Victor, you said we're the first chapter that she will be presenting to. Is that correct?
Yes, and she shared on a retreat with the governing board her vision of where NIGP is headed in the next 10 years. And she is making some very bold steps, and it is very invigorating. And I encourage everyone to attend, bring your questions, and be ready to pick your jaw off the floor with some of the details that she'll be sharing with her vision of where NIGP is headed.
That's a pretty good lead in.
Oh, yes. All right. Let's see. I am seeing something different on my screen. So I'm like, what is the next one? All right. I think I know what it is, but let me see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. All right. So before I do that, before I do the thank you, warm welcome to the new board of 2026. This will be another year, exciting year for us as a chapter. Your board will be meeting each month for the members. And if you want to attend and listen in on our discussions, you are more than welcome to do that. We do it every month. All you have to do is contact our recording secretary, our new one here, Stacia, at secretary@wanigp.org. We conduct all the meetings via Zoom, and meeting minutes are also posted monthly on our website. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you, Kristen, for being our recording secretary. We got her really busy in 2025, and she's gonna empower Stacia to do whatever she had learned. And so our transition team is always going to be doing that for the next few months, really, because it takes a while to get to learn what we do. Again, for those who attended today's education portion, we will be marking your attendance and report your contact hours via the Club Express. A certificate of attendance will automatically go into your profile. So if you don't see that appear in the next, week or so, then give us a call and we'll let you know what's going on. But Sam, thank you. And I think Jen also was helping you take the attendance. So I'll just go ahead and put that on there. But make sure that you basically we will complete the process in the website. Again, I already talked about the procurement summit, and now on my notes it says procurement cookbook, recipes for procurement excellence. That's who is going to be presenting. That's the topic, and it's somebody from the city of Seattle. We are really fortunate that our chapter has resources within our, fingertips, really, for instructors. So if you want to practice on us and you have a really good topic that everybody wants to hear about or can relate to, let us know. Email us, because we will make room for you. The Lunch and Learn, the Emerging Professional, virtual classes, the Mariners game that's coming up in September, and the Food Lifeline, the holiday event. This year's gonna fly by so fast, so we're gonna try to get you as early as possible so you can save the date, because everybody's social calendar fills up really fast, right? We're already into February now, so make sure you reach out to community chairs if you'd like to join our team. And thank you again for everyone here who really helped make this event a success. In person, to the Port of Everett, special thanks to all your volunteers today, from the registration to the food, to the beverage, to the photo taking. Everyone here made it here in person. This is really showing your commitment to WANIGP. And to the board, we have folks here from Olympia. One of them spent the night here so that they could be here on time for the event. And that's true commitment right there, and something to be appreciated about. So with that, thank you. And it is still a Happy New Year. And see you again in March Procurement Month. Thank you for coming, and safe travels.